To today's Environment and Integrated Catchment Committee. Today is Wednesday the 9th of April 2025. Ko Dairoli Tapawenga, ko rua katuri aho. My name is Dairoli and it's my pleasure to guide us through today's agenda. I'd like to take this opportunity to wish our Chair, Sophie Sears, a speedy recovery. She sends her apologies and regret at not being with us this morning. She's pulled up unwell overnight. A welcome to our members of the public, both in the gallery and online. And we also have Councillors Will Foley, Councillor Zan Harding, and very large Councillor Jock McIntosh online. Councillor Lambert, could I ask you to start us off with a karakia, please?
Thank you, Chair. Me karakia tātou tūtaua mai. E tīmata, tūtaua mai I runga, tūtaua mai I raro,
tūtaua mai I roto, tūtaua mai I waho, kia taua ai te mauri tū, te mauri ora, ki te katoa, mauni e, hui e,
tāiki.
Kia ora, thank you. Some housekeeping matters. This meeting is being live streamed on Council Facebook page and recorded for viewing at a later date on our YouTube channel. In the case of an earthquake, drop cover hold. If the shaking is long or strong, when the shaking subsides, leave the building at the nearest exit and proceed immediately towards Napier Hill along the Dalton Street to Tiffin Park, continuing up the steps to Cameron Road. I point out we do have an exit here for those in the public gallery. During an evacuation, if an emergency alarm sounds, immediately evacuate the building through the nearest exit and proceed to the assembly area on the grass at the corner of Dalton and Fortier Streets. Emergency exits are clearly posted. There was a lady who was concerned about where they were, but she's gone. Wharipaku is down the hall and to your right. Apologies. Obviously, we have Councillor Sophie Sears as an apology. We also have Michelle McElroy and Katarina Kawanga may be running late. We haven't heard from Katarina. Could we have a mover and a seconder for those, please?
Been moved, Chair.
Thank you, Heniwai, and seconded Councillor Williams. Do we have any conflict of interest declarations? None.
Yes, Chair, Zan here.
Apologies. Zan Harding.
Yep. So in respect of items 12 and 13, just noting that I'm a trustee of the Future Farming Trust, Hawke's Bay Future Farming Trust, presenting today, but also the Future Farming Trust did make an application of interest to be a partner under Land for Life, which is item 13. Thank you.
And on the back of that, I would also like to declare that I'm also on the Future Farming Trust Committee as the Regional Council member, and also we are involved in the Land for Life project as part of the pilot farming process. Does anybody see any issues with those conflicts? Thank you. Could I call for a confirmation of the minutes from the 4th of December, the EICC minutes, 4th of December 2024 from people who were there, please? Can I have those, any items to note out of those minutes? Any corrections? No. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please, that they be accepted as a true and correct record? Thank you, Councillor Van Beek. And a seconder, please, and someone who was there. Public forum, we have no speakers confirmed for this section. So let's crack on with our fabulous agenda today. We have our decision item up first, and if I could invite Jack and Gareth to come forward to introduce our guests and take us through this paper.
And through you, Chair, Te Kaha is here with his mana ahuriri chair's hat on as well to join the
welcome, very much looking forward to this.
Kia ora, rangatira. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. This is one of many important steps onto the revitalisation of Te Whanganui Orotu. As outlined in the report, this paper welcomes Mana Ahuriri Trust to present the Te Muruwai o Te Whanga plan for the committee's endorsement today. This plan is a statutory document developed under the Ahuriri Hapu Claims Settlement Act 2021 and sets out the collective vision for restoring and enhancing the mauri of Te Whanganui Orotu. It provides a platform for partnership also and coordinated action between Mana Ahuriri, councils and DOC. Now I'd like to introduce Gareth, who is the Pōtaio with Mana Ahuriri and will be presenting the plan today, and a man who needs no introduction but Te Kaha Hawaikirangi with his Mana Ahuriri Trust chairman hat on today. Mamihi, I'll hand over to you.
O ka tira e tukumihi kia koutou ngā rau rangatira ma, tēnei wā, kei te kōrero a Māua e pāna tēnei a mahere, e pāna te ara whakamua o tēnei taonga, wāhi taonga o Te Whanganui Orotu e mihi kauatuana kia koutou. Thank you for allowing us to present in regards to Te Muruwai o Te Whanga plan, a plan that's been in the making since we settled Mana Ahuriri Trust, or 7 hapu of Ahuriri in 2021, and over that 3-year period we've worked alongside our partners, HBRC, NCC, HDC, DOC, hand in hand in developing this plan. So this is an important part of our treaty settlement, which provides a kind of co-governance committee to develop this plan for Te Whanganui Orotu for the Ahuriri catchment area and how we protect, restore and enhance the mauri of our whanga and the wider catchments. So thank you for allowing us to speak today. And I thought I'd just, before I hand over to Gareth, because I'm really here to tautoko his presentation, is just to speak to this map. And this was presented to all of our partners as a part of the launch of Te Muruwai o Te Whanga plan, which was in February of this year. And this map represents the partnership that we have with our councils, knowing that collaboratively working together is how we achieve the outcome of restoring not only Te Whanga but protecting, restoring the wider catchment area. This obviously is a map of a historic map, which identifies the different islands and the different past sites from which the 7 hapu of Ahuriri occupied. And why this area is so important to us is not only did it sustain our hapu for over 600 years, it's what links the 7 hapu together. That's where the common, I guess, ancestry in which our hapu are connected and associated with. So yeah, this is the map of Te Whanganui Orotu, the great estuary of Orotu, and Orotu being an ancestor of ours. That's how it got its name, Orotu. And Orotu's son, Māmoa, was the first hapu of Ahuriri from which the 7 hapu of Ahuriri today connect to. So that's, so it was awesome to be able to present this to our partners as an acknowledgement of the development of this plan and paving the way forward for restoration, protection and enhancement of the area. So, that's me. I'll speak no more. Kia ora.
Kei te pai. Speak whenever you need to, please. Kia ora kōrero mō tō tūtaki kia koutou katoa. Ko Gareth Boyd tōku ingoa, te Pōtaio o Mana Ahuriri. Hau, he tangata tiriti ahau, kei te tino miharo au ki te mahi ki tēnei mahi mō te whānau o ngā hapu ahuriri. So yeah, I'm Gareth. I'm privileged to be working in the space of mana huriri, supporting the outcomes for taiao focused initiatives within our takiwā, with the central focus being on te muri wā te whanganui a orotu. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk about this wonderful document that I have to utilise within my space and our mahi. So te muri wā te whanga plan is an obligation that came out of the settlement, which is quite interesting, and despite the history of things, there were further obligations to complete, but part of that was to form this komiti, te komiti o te muri wā te whanga. We just met yesterday, had a really great meeting, but the outcome was to create this plan as a plan that would be given regard to as a statutory document for our partner organisations, including Hawke's Bay Regional Council. So, yeah, just starting off, Te Whanganui a Orotu, the Great Harbour of Orotu, is a wāhi taonga in mana huriri's takiwā. We refer to it as the crown jewel of the area, of the settlement. It's the place that connects all 7 of the hapu that whakapapatu Mamoa's Te Kaha introduced, and Mahu Tāpua Nui, her important ancestors for these hapu. So it's named after Te Orotu. I won't go too much further because Te Kaha's given us that introduction there. But it's central to the identity of the people. The whanga that once existed was the food basket, the provider of everything for those hapu that lived around the whanga and had the opportunity to see it in its prime. So yeah, there's an important whakatauki that we speak of within our visions, I suppose, of where we're heading to and where we wish to head to in the future with the wellbeing of the whanga. Ko rua te paia ko te whanga, he kāinga tō te ata, he kāinga ka awatea, he kāinga ka ahi ahi. And that's a phrase that speaks of the abundance of food that once was available within the whanga because of its wonderful state and how it once was. So yeah, it's obviously undergone a history of degradation. All sorts of reasons have impacted that. There's been issues that have happened from the early loss of land and disconnection from the whanga itself and the whenua around it as a result of the ahuriri purchase. Ongoing disconnection from land had all sorts of health, sharing of knowledge issues, and the impacts of the laws that came through following that had obviously had a massive impact on the whānau who whakapapa here. So following that, there was a beginning of reclamation happening around the place with the beginnings of building a port and a city. Then suddenly a big earthquake happens, uplifts the land a whole lot, so a major part of the whanga kind of disappeared in a moment of time through that uplift process. And then as a result, despite it not being included in the sale, the Crown decided that was a great opportunity to take over that uplifted land and drain it and permanently turn it into dry land as part of that purchase, as part of that process. So further on from that, there's been a constant record of environmental decline. Urbanisation's had a massive impact. Deforestation of the landscape around the whanga and the impact of sedimentation and runoff from the agricultural changes have also had a massive impact on the whanga, and now we've kind of got some global impacts coming in as well when we're talking climate change, so in sea level rise and all these sorts of things. So recently we've had massive impacts from the Cyclone Gabrielle, and yeah, that's where we've got to today. It's an interesting space. So just, yeah, as just acknowledging, as Te Kaha said, there's been a long process in leading to the point of where we are today as mana huriri. And we've got a mihi to all those kaumata, all those elders that led the way through establishing what led to the Ahuriri Hapu's Claims Settlement Act that was passed finally in 2021. So, yeah, we're now here as the PSG representing the issues of those 7 hapu. that whakapapa to the whānga, and it's a cool space and time. So this plan is just really a wonderful thing from our perspective because it makes it all clear for everyone. It removes a lot of ambiguity about what partnership, what working together can look like moving forward. So, and obviously we've got representatives from Hawke's Bay Regional Council, Napier City Council, Hastings District Council and Department of Conservation, as well as our representatives from the whānau. So yeah, the plan is focused on key themes. There are 6 main po that make up the plan that focus on it. So we've got the health of the water, Te Ora Te Wai, Te Mauri o Te Taiao, focusing on biodiversity, Aroa o Te Whānga, historical education, Ahurea o Te Whenua, the cultural and spiritual connections to the land and the moana, Te Mahi Tūhonoa Rōpū, so social outcomes, and Te Mahi Ohaoa, so economic outcomes. So it's a holistic plan that encompasses the potential for future opportunities as well as the importance of improving the situation and when we're looking at taiao. So under each po there's a long list. I think there's going to be a bit more detail coming from the team soon around the actual decisions and how that works, but within the objectives, actions that make up this plan, there are a number of those that are HBRC is the lead agency for, that we work together with. So obviously there's stuff that happens already within the mahi of the Regional Council that is supported and I guess further cemented within this plan as well. It's an opportunity for us to come together to restore and protect Te Muriwa o Te Whānga, the Te Whanganui Aorotu and its tributaries, its catchment. For the future generations, it gives us a way that we can work together moving forward and building on the past mahi that's occurred while creating a clear strategy to achieve intergenerational outcomes for taiao and our communities as well. Everyone's going to benefit from the well-being and the improvement of the well-being of the whānga. So at its core, the plan's guided by 9 key elements. The vision defines our long-term aspirations while the values shape decision-making. A whakatauki reminds us of the wisdom passed down through whakapapa, and the plan is structured around these posts, so each representing a key focus area. So for each po we have, hold on a moment, I'm just looking through here. For each po we have desired outcomes, objectives and initiatives, ensuring a clear direction and measurable progress. We're going to we've got terms of reference set out for how the committee works together. I think all accounts, I've been to a couple of meetings. I've only been in this role since September, but we've also had the launch. We've also had endorsement by our whānau at the AGM in December. So all that I've seen is it's been a really positive, proactive approach of coming together, and given the time frame of when this plan's being developed, with plenty of similar types of plans happen around the country to build on, I think it works really well from our perspective. It's tool. So our next steps are, we've now formally lodged the plan. Today's the day to take that on board from your side of things. So it's for us moving forward. This plan sets out a whole lot of sort of objectives where we're wanting to head, but really moving forward, it's about relationships from our perspective. So we're really looking to just extend our reach. Our team's getting slightly bigger. So in our taiao team, we have 2.4 FTE as far as our capacity goes, and we deal with all of your teams as well as all of the teams at all the other councils around here in our central government agencies. So we're stretched. We're in a stage of building. We're very young as a PSG, so we're looking forward to how we can work together to support building our capacity as well with all of our partners. So we're doing a lot of monitoring. I've just stepped into the meeting now after coming from hanging out with Henua's husband Cam, who's been working with St Joe's Māori Girls College doing cultural health monitoring as an actual outcome of a consent condition. So that's all based around a whole lot of really cool relationships that are happening. And also sort of building the passion, hopefully, in some of our rangatahi that are also getting involved in this, who have whakapapa who are our future leaders. So just seeing it in action is really cool. We've got an evaluation process and a review process that we're in the process of figuring out, I suppose, how the timing of that goes. But this plan is definitely no complete document at this point in time, and it will be a live document that is regularly under review. I think at least on an annual review is where we're looking to head towards with updating it and ensuring that stays live with and current in the whatever the current situation is and where we're heading with our whānga. So yeah, that's ngā mihi nui from me. We've also launched our website, so for easy access to understand what's happening with Te Muriwa o Te Whānga, it's a joint website for all of the partners and us as mana ahuriri that stands separate to our mana ahuriri website. So there is a QR code up there. If you want to take a photo, it'll probably hook straight into it on your phone or to get through to, but I'm sure everyone's got the connections for that and where we can go from here. So yeah, that's me.
Thank you, Gareth.
Thank you.
Just before we move on to HBRC's implementation plan discussion, I'd just like to, through you, Chair, if it's okay, to open up to questions for Gareth and for Te Kaha on the plan itself.
Is there none? Carry on, Jack.
Oh, yeah, no,
Oh, there was. Sorry. Can't see you over the thing.
Mai, kia ora, Chair. E me mahi ka tika kia korua, te tiamana o mana hiriri, me tētahi kaimahi taiao, tēnā korua. Thank you for bringing us this presentation today. And as a committee member on Te Committee, and before me, Councillor Curtin, I just think this has been a marvellous experience actually to bring together essentially a catchment plan out of a settlement within 3 years. And I think that is a real achievement, given that we're on a journey as a council through the Regional Planning Committee on how we take all these plans forward. If it's not through regional policy statement, it's through the RM reform. So thank you for all the hard mahi that mana ahuriri has led on this, as well as Napier City Council as the administrator. Also really like to acknowledge PwC, who've been facilitators in bringing the plan together and herding up cats sometimes. But we've got there. And the launch in February was a fantastic event to really acknowledge, I guess, in Te Ao Māori, this plan going forward. So I just have compliments to the team here and the committee for producing this plan. Kia ora.
Martin, did you want to?
yeah, yeah, tēnā koe e te rangatira ko Tikei, tēnā kōrua Jack, Gareth, ai, tino miharo te mahi, tino miharo te kaupapa, and tino miharo te rautaki hoki. I just had a couple of observations as well that I particularly like in saying what I just said. Not just the content, but the way it's presented. This is going to be a living document that's useful. It's enormously helpful, not just to have a narrative. And a lot of documents that we get to read in a resource management world are just huge, big, voluminous content. But it's got, it's got your vision, your principles, your PO, but then indicators for each PO and specific actions. That's the thing that I really like. It's the specific action, so you can really sort of follow it through and get an immediate impact by looking at it at a glance. So, yeah, brilliant. So we're taking questions.
I think just questions on the plan as presented, and then Jack, you're going to speak some more around how it interfaces with HBRC. Is that right? And then we can maybe.
Yeah, that was going to be my question, is around the interface with HBRC.
Could we hold that?
But I have a question that I've had in the back of my mind for ages, and it probably goes back into your settlement negotiations. But you've got Te Whanganui Aorotu, but Te Muriwai o Te Whānga. Can you tell us some of the whakapapa to that ino, to the komiti and to the plan?
Well,
Kia ora, I guess Te Muriwai o Te Whanga acknowledges the wider catchment area, like it is a catchment plan, and Te Muriwai being all of those different waters that feed into Te Whanganui Aotearoa. So that's what gives it that catchment plan, Te Muriwai being the waters that fall and come into Te Whanganui Aotearoa.
Thank you.
Or questions for the plan? We'll come back.
Yeah, so in the option one, one of the disadvantages is that the cost and scope of this work is currently unknown.
Can I just stop you there, Councillor Van Beek, because we're going to hear from Jack and then we're going to come back
Okay,
to
fine,
those, to the recommendation, if that's okay.
Yeah, fine.
We can start with you. Jack, perhaps you could lead us off on that and then we'll come back to questions on the HBRC side. Thank you, Councillor Van Beek.
See if I can answer some questions before you have to ask the question. But early implementation where we're at, it's basically very early stages. And that looks like since February when the plan was adopted by the committee, we've begun to look internally in how our work streams align with the work plan outlined in the plan. And in the progression of that, we have gone and spoken to the committee only yesterday, where we were able to share some of the current work streams that are happening at the moment. Saul at the back there accompanied us to that meeting as well and presented on a very early implementation plan, which has been attached as a part of the report, so you can read that. And also Becky and Georgina from our science team accompanied us as well and were able to speak to some real current examples under the Te Oro o Te Wai 1.6, reintroducing seagrass back to Te Whanga and some of the work that has been progressing in that space. After the committee was able to discuss what prioritisation for implementation looks like, it was agreed that an internal working group between the entities on the committee would be formed. So that's HDC, NCC, us, DOC and Mana Ahuriri. And we have been tasked with pulling together recommendations for options on what prioritisation with implementation looks like. So it's a lot of big words mushed together there, but basically we'll come up with some options, bring it back to the committee and demonstrate where work streams are already happening and perhaps just need alignment to then align to the plan, and where we need to actually develop some projects and potentially talk about budgeting as well. So we're a little ways off that conversation yet, but just wanted to put that to the committee today and for you guys to support that direction of travel with us, and then we can come back at a later date after speaking to Committee Muriwai and bring it back and hopefully endorse the next step. I think that's all from my end, yes.
So just to round that out, Jack, what you're saying is that today's decision item is around the HBRC staff actually taking a good look at how and where we would embed this plan as part of our mahi that we do, not actually committing funding or work streams to it at this stage.
Correct.
This is almost scoping.
Correct, Chair.
Can I hand over to you?
That actually
Yes,
answers the question.
You happy with that? Are there any other questions for Jack? Councillor Zan Harding, could we go with you, please?
Kia ora, Chair. Question for Jack, or maybe even for the planning team or Nick. It's about, and thanks firstly to TK and Gareth for the presentation, and to everybody for the body of work that's got planned to where it is today. Fantastic to see. My question, and it was quite clear in Gareth's report about the status of our legal obligations to support the plan. In fact, and the requirement to have regard to that plan. So I'm just wondering why, whether that's a feature that we should highlight in the paper and potentially capture in a resolution. but also an explanation from a planning point of view about how that relates to our decision today to either just accept or endorse and support. Thank you.
Through you, Chair, I might ask Nicola from the policy team to join members at the table around the RM related aspects.
Absolutely. There's a lot in that question, so I'll make a start and let me know if I haven't quite got there in entirety. But basically, and TK and Gareth can probably interrupt me if I get this wrong, but basically the plan has statutory weighting like we would see through another planning document like an iwi hapu management plan, because it has come out of their settlement. So as part of that, we need to give regard to it, or have regard to it in terms of our planning documents, and any planning document that we create now has to give effect or have regard to it in that sense. That's something that we've been working on in the planning team, and we've been aware of this document. Gareth has kept us updated. We went to the launch of it. So as we've gone through our planning processes, we're aware there's also really good alignment with the work that they've done around the visions and values, and so it dovetails really nicely into our work. There is a question, and I believe there was a conversation yesterday at Te Committee with Paris about also lodging this as an iwi hapu management plan, just to kind of make sure that it's really entrenched and has that real weighting. And with the uncertainty with RM reforms, there's just a kind of almost a double check there as well. So in terms of the resolution today, your question was around whether we adopt it or
We add some words as part of a...
Or note, or whether there's some value in capturing our commitment to have regard to the plan. It was just, interested in that planning view about whether the resolution is either compatible with and need to have regard, or whether it would be strengthened by noting at this stage we are obliged to have regard to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Could I hand over to our CE, Dr. McPeak?
Through you, Chair, I wonder if a simple way of dealing with that might be that the chair of either this committee or council and I write formally back to Mana Hariri to acknowledge the significance of the plan, that council has received it, and that we are committed to giving effect to its statutory weight. That might be a suitable follow-up to this meeting.
Yeah, look, thank you, Nick, and that approach is probably more flexible with given the uncertainties about the replacement of the RMA. So, yeah, that's a great idea from my point of view. Thank you.
Do we have any other questions, Councillor?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I do want to come back and comment on the plan itself, having being involved early in the day on it. But I just following up on the point made, and I think there's the opportunity between now and council, when we accept the recommendations of the committee, to come back with some wording that gives that's expressed just now. My question, though, is, and it's very relevant to this, I think, in terms of mapping what our current outputs are from the regional council in line with the plan itself. So have we got a clear pathway of what we're currently, what's in our current strategic plan, and and how does it align here? Just to give one example, is where we are with Whika Primatis. I note the number one issue is the water health, and what are we currently doing in that space, right across the board. So it's both delivery of actions, it's planning, it's the science outputs, if you like, right across regional council activities mapped against the plan. So have we got that? So that's my question. Have we got that?
Through you, Chair. Jack might comment. I understand that's the work that subgroup, the working group, is essentially engaged in. Some early work was done between all the kaimahi and with PwC, and now there's some further work underway. I meet with Paris as the chief executive of Mana Ahuriri about every 6 weeks, and we've had that very discussion, but we understand that that's the mahi underway at the moment. But Jack and Gareth might be able to expand on that a bit.
Yeah, that is our direction of travel at the moment, and yeah, it's seeking support from this committee that you guys are in support of us progressing towards an action plan clearly laid out with priorities as well.
Could follow.
Jack. Oh, sorry. Can it be, we're counting minutes, so yep, it's a quick
Okay,
follow-up.
well, just to follow up on that, because I think it's relevant because we've got significant decisions, particularly around biodiversity in the annual plan, which I would suggest may significantly impact on delivery against it. So having that information as a part of our annual plan process, I think is relatively important.
That's what I wanted to speak to.
You were going to speak to?
That's exactly
Okay.
what I want to speak to.
Okay. Do we need to confirm, are you going to just carry on and answer that question?
In a way, I mean, we're sort of morphing between questions and discussion here, so I think I'll just cut to the chase with the chair if that's all right, to save time. Looking at the terms of this quite carefully, we're identified as lead organisation for Te Ora or Te Wai on 7 and Te Māori or Te Tao on 2. And then if you go to those, where we're identified as the lead organisation in the table on the specific actions, we're basically, like one of those is the tank plan change. We're doing that anyway. It's underway. The next one is the erosion control scheme. We're doing that anyway. The next one where we're identified as the lead is, forgive me, I've tried to, is ecological health assessments, complete. The next one's hydrodynamic model of estuary, complete. My point being that a lot of this is transitioning BAU, stuff that we've already funded or are doing, into a framework that delivers values and a vision that we can directly express in our regional policy statement, and we're engaging with mana whenua anyway to do that. This delivers it on a plate. So I don't see a huge financial impost on the organisation. What I see is more focus and direction about how that existing resource is applied with the direct guidance of mana whenua. So I just wanted to give some context to that. This isn't asking us to do a whole range of new stuff. In fact, a lot of it seems to fall on the City Council, albeit that we have shared obligations under some of the stormwater consent discharges and things like that. So yeah, that's my point. Thank you.
I wonder, actually, Martin and Councillor Curtin, if, Jack, you could work with your team to bring us a concise, even if it's a picture of the aspects that HBRC are, or like how far along we are and where that sits and how that will interface with our annual plan and our...
Sure.
Would that be helpful?
Very helpful.
Yeah.
Te Community Muriwai is meeting again in 6 weeks. We're hoping to take something to them as you've described, and hopefully by the time we meet with this committee again next, we can show something that's been endorsed by the committee.
Lovely. Are there any other questions? Should we move through the recommendations and we can have comments afterwards? Is that okay? So we have, it is a decision item, we have 2 options in front of us, members. Option 1 is to endorse and support the implementation of Te Muriwai or Te Whanga plan, and the advantages and disadvantages are listed there. And the second option is to just receive the plan. Could I have, before we do that, did you have a question?
Oh, yeah, just a brief one, Chair, if that's all good. I just wanted to understand the extent to which this initiative can or is being implemented by other post-settlement treaty groups, because it seems to me there's quite an opportunity to get more done for less with it.
Would you like to speak to that?
Good question, Jock. This has come out specifically out of Mana Ahuriri settlement. and I don't believe any other settlement in Hawke's Bay has this particular provision. However, we do have MOUs that we've established, one being with Tamatea Pōkai Whenua. So there are different avenues to have strong relationships and partnerships, but this one is very specific and unique to mana ahuriri and their settlement. I'm happy to move, Chair.
Before you do, Councillor Ormsby, would we like to add in, so we've got, could we add in the letter as part of your recommendations?
Absolutely, yep.
Before we move it?
Yeah.
Sorry, I cut you off. Which recommendation are you?
So option 1 and the recommendation that is in the recommendations 1, 2, including 2.1 and 2.2.
And could we make 2.3
And
that
in addition, 2.3 for a letter to come from both myself and Chair Sophie, alongside Nick, to invite mana ahuriri to talk about next steps, particularly in the planning space. Also, I would like noted, so actually this could be 2.4, that we have back to council the biodiversity implementation actions from this plan to understand how that reflects our annual plan biodiversity budget. Because I think that will cover off Councillor Curtin and Councillor Williams' questions.
Make it really explicit.
Yep. And that can come back, if that can come back to us before the next council
Would you like
meeting.
those read back to you before you move them? Bexy,
2.3, for a letter to come from Hinawai Sophie alongside Nick to invite mana ahuriri to talk about steps, particularly in planning space. Next steps?
Next steps, yep.
2.4, back to council for biodiversity implementation actions from this plan to understand how this reflects our biodiversity annual plan budget before the next council meeting.
Reflects or impacts?
Impacts, reflects.
We'll go with impacts. Yep.
Could I suggest that might be in time for the annual plan deliberations, because the next council meeting is only a couple of weeks away.
add that part in. Time for the
Doesn't mean a decision will be made on it then. It's information.
Practicalities in the
Yep.
next 2 weeks.
Thank you.
information.
So, Councillor Ormsby, are you happy to move then 1 through to 2.4 as read out?
Yes, thank you,
And the
Chair.
seconder,
Madam Chair, if I could just get clarity. It was my understanding that we were heading towards a statement such as, and I modified my 2.2 accordingly, endorsing support and is committed to giving effect to the plan. Was that intended now, or was that something that...
No, that's what the basis of the letter is, to work out with mana ahuriri what those next steps are, because we're in the middle of RM reform. And there is a possibility of embedding it in an iwi management plan status. Yep.
Well, if the intent is to ultimately land there...
Ultimately land there, yep.
do you want that in the 2.3 so that there's an instruction in there for that letter to include?
Well, it seems as though it is.
It's
You happy with
intended to, yes.
Okay, so back to you, Councillor Ormsby, 1 through to 2.4 as read. Are you happy with those?
Yes.
And Councillor Williams
Second.
as a seconder, thank you. Do we have any comments, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, sorry.
No, I'm happy, I can round it
Sorry,
up at the end.
I skipped over you.
Sorry,
I think I've covered everything I wanted to say.
Okay, we'll come back to you.
Well, I did want the opportunity to speak, having been on the ground in the very early days with your predecessors onto committee. That was a very fluid time, both for council and for committee, that formation stage. And some really hard thinking was done during that time. I am delighted to see this product come out of it, and obviously when the flag was carried forward by the new committee, they got onto it and have done what I think is a as a superb job of pulling all of those the tasks undertaken by the predecessor into the new document. So extremely well done there. I just would comment in the discussion we've just had that this particular plan, Te Miru Whanga, has a great more gravity and weight than a lot of other documents that come to this table. And that's why I think it's important for us to be very clear on what the commitment and obligation is. If the commitment is to give effect to it, that's where I come in and vote yes for that, because it's a crucial undertaking from council. But let's not underestimate, or at least let's underscore the commitment that represents, and it does represent an ongoing commitment through our planning processes, through our commitment of financial commitments to it. And that's why we need to get that clarity about what we're currently doing and what we intend to do going forward. But I couldn't endorse a paper more than this particular one. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Curtin, do we have other speakers? Okay, online. Councillor Zan Harding.
Kia ora, Chair. Look, I support Councillor Curtin's passion, intent, commitment and desire to see achievement of the plan. I do get nervous when we talk about committing to give effect to it, and because I'm conscious that in a planning context, that is about as strong a language as you can use, and I simply don't understand the impact of putting that into a resolution. I don't think it has the same impact probably as it has if you have those words in the Resource Management Act, for example. But what we discussed, and certainly what Nick offered to do by way of the letter, was that we would give effect to our statutory obligations, whatever they happen to be. And that's, I think, the safer course. That's not to detract from our my willingness to support the resolutions as they've been put. Thank you.
Because we'll go back to you, Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. But I just want to endorse all the comments that have been made. Look, there's a planning function here that has been spoken about, and currently it's to have regard to, but we still have many other pathways in which, in a planning sense, we can grow stronger, and the RMA will dictate those limits. But for now, I think our relationship is very strong because we want to do the mahi together for Te Whanga, and that's the most important thing. So I'm all on board on how we work together collectively, because it's the will of the many people wanting to do the work, which is why I wholeheartedly support this plan and the actions within it. Kia ora.
Thank you. And so we have a motion on the table, 1 through to 2.4. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against?
Aye.
Kia ora.
Thank you very much to Garth and TK and Jack and all the mahi that sits behind what you've brought us today. Fabulous presentation. We wish you all the best, and we look forward to seeing you again quite soon with that, how it interfaces with the HBRC mahi. And thank you very much for the work that you do.
Kia ora.
Kia tapatahi, kia kotahira, tātou tātou e. Tu tira mai ngā iwi, tātou tātou e. Tu tira mai ngā iwi, tātou tātou e. Whai a te maramatanga, me te aroha e ngā iwi, kia tapatahi, kia kotahira, tātou tātou e. Tātou tātou e. Kia urahi. Kia ora.
Thank you so much. Now, we are, we have a fabulous agenda ahead of us, which, with 4 papers which are deeply interconnected. So to set the context for these papers to follow, I'm here, aren't I? An apology that they are a little bit split up, and that was just around having guests coming in to present and the logistics of getting that run sheet to work. But the aim of this today was to reset and refocus this committee, the committee members, on some of the primary aspects of the integrated catchment group work streams. The areas that we already are delivering on, which include soil conservation and erosion control. Richard will speak a little more around the Regional Council's legislative role on this shortly. This area of council plays a pivotal role towards managing soil loss, negative environmental impacts, which in its wider context in turn plays a part in flood control and downstream damage. The questions that have been live over the last year of this committee have been very specific around understanding the value and the efficiency of our work in these areas. Questions such as, how much difference does erosion control planting make in holding that soil? Is the 1,000 hectares a year we are supporting enough? Will it make a difference? Are we cost effective in this work? Are we wasting resources on work that doesn't do anything towards our primary function of flood control? This first of the 4 papers today is a start of a basis of unpicking and attempting to answer those questions, with the aim to lead to a more outcome-based reporting system that we hope to bring you from the next committee meeting. With the devastating impacts of the cyclone and the many large weather events that we've experienced, we are all acutely aware of this legacy issue that we are facing. The deforestation for pastoral farming, the urbanisation, the forestry cycles have increased the awareness and, dare I say, anxiety around silt leaving that upper catchment and arriving like an unwanted guest in a new location. This is our wicked problem to deal with, and we are needing a raft of tools at scale in our toolbox to tackle them. So let's get really clear about the top, the journey down the catchment, and the resting places. These papers start from what happens up there, what happens on the way down, and where it's going at the bottom. It also provides updates on what we're doing about it. Could Richard's going to lead into it, but could we welcome our guests to the table, please? We've got Becky Shanahan, who's our Senior Scientist for Marine and Coastal here at Hawke's Bay Regional Council. We've got Ted Conroy, who's a Coastal Oceanographer from Waikato University, and Joao Albuquerque, who's the Ocean Scientist from Waikato University. Nau mai haere mai, if you'd like to join us here, and Richard will take us.
Kia ora koutou, ko Richard Wakeland tōku ingoa. I'd just like to, just set a little bit of context for the 4 papers that you are going to receive today, and that sediment is a significant stressor for Hawke's Bay, impacting both freshwater and coastal ecosystems, causing habitat loss, reduced water quality, and negatively affecting aquatic life. Sediment is the master stressor for Hawke's Bay, and following the devastation of 22, 23 and 24 weather events, there was silt and sediment in our marine environment, and it impacted on our flood infrastructure. Approximately 252,000 hectares of Hawke's Bay hill country are at risk of erosion. Regional Council efforts are delivered within the Soil Conservation and Rivers Control Act 1941, which is a separate piece of legislation from the Resource Management Act. The wide powers of this Act make mandatory the promotion of soil conservation, mitigation of soil erosion, the control of flooding, and the use of land to achieve these objectives. The Act provided a means by which grants and loans could be made to local government or private landowners to undertake works for soil conservation and flooding mitigation purposes. In December, we presented an update on the erosion control scheme, and we focused on the actions and activities of our teams. There was an input summary. The theme of today's 4 related papers, items 6, 7, 9 and 10, are providing a context of the why for erosion mitigation. Each year, 7.2 million tonnes of soil across Hawke's Bay is lost through the erosion process. 250,000 hectares of marginal land in Hawke's Bay is prone to high risk of erosion and sediment losses. 5 million tonnes of fine sediment goes into our waterways. The Silt Recovery Task Force reported in April 2024 that they expected to collect close to 2.3 million cubic metres of silt at a cost of $40 to $50 per cubic metre to collect and safely manage. This was silt deposited on the land as a result of weather events. Whilst we consider how we manage our waterways and protect our communities, our best option for silt and sediment in the water is actually to keep it on the land. We have Ted here today to talk from Waikato University to talk about work supported by our marine program that demonstrates the extent of the sediment problem we have using Cyclone Gabriel as an example. The science tells us that planting trees is an effective tool for reducing erosion, and therefore much of the sediment we're seeing end up in our waterways. Later, Hugh from Manaaki Whenua will talk you through what that looked like during the cyclone. And then Warwick, who's going from our catchment operations team, will address some of the questions councillors previously had about the goals and effectiveness of our erosion control program and what else could or should we be doing in this space. This includes how our land science program is helping to shape and monitor that work. And then you'll hear from Hugh about the work that he's done will help get us a better target our land management practices in the future. Today, the suite of papers speaks to the why for the need of good land management practices guided and monitored by science. So without further ado, I'll hand over to Becky to introduce our first speaker. Thank you.
Ora koutou, ko Becky Shanahan, toko ingoa. I just wanted to kick off a little bit by saying, most of you know this because we've been up here before, but sediment is a key stressor in our coastal environment. It's probably what I spend most of my time sitting in this chair up here talking about. And we brought Ted on because we had done some studies way back when looking at the sediment dynamics in the bay and weren't able to resolve them by just grabbing sediment samples because the sediment moves around so much. It's quite complex. It's not straightforward. It's just scooping it up and seeing where it goes. And the studies that exist to support that research, just there weren't very many of them. So that's why we brought a PhD student on to help us resolve that issue. And so that's why Ted is here today and why we enlisted Ted in the first place. I've also, Joao is here from the asset management team. He helped to support Ted because this also feeds into all of our coastal hazards discussion and renourishment conversations. So Joao's also been really helpful in helping to feed into Ted's work so that it helps across the organization, not just one or another. I think with that, I'll hand over to Ted to talk about his PhD and then some of the post-cyclone stuff.
Thank you, Becky. Everyone. So today I'll give a brief overview here of what I'll be talking about. I'll go over the summary results of the PhD program and then the findings from a project that we did.
Excuse me, can I just stop you for a moment? We're just having a little technical, it's actually not presenting just yet.
Oh yeah, sorry.
It's not on that TV. You just hold for just a second.
And maybe grab the microphone a bit closer to you.
Yeah, cool.
Some of our older members are a bit hard of hearing.
Quiet.
What was that? Nothing.
That's just not on that screen.
Not for your ears.
Yeah,
I might just jiggle around with the
Oh,
cord
yeah.
sometimes.
Okay. So
We'll try and.
I'll go with the Is it? Just do that one. So that is up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Try love
Plugging it,
Yeah,
just
yeah.
replugging it back in.
Try a different cord.
Oh, yeah.
There we go. Nice. Lovely. Thank you very much. Would you just like to carry on?
Carry on.
Oh, keep moving your thing.
Just don't move at all.
Might be my computer's a little old. Yeah, and I also wanted to show this photo here of 6 days after the cyclone, which just shows kind of the scale of the sediment coming out from the rivers in comparison to Napier. Okay, so for some background to the project, one of the largest threats to the coastal marine area is sediment from land that is suspended in the ocean water and then can be deposited on the seabed. So there's, for managing these values, there's recommended concentrations of suspended sediment as well as thresholds for deposition. And the image on the right is just an example of a satellite image with all of the major rivers labeled and sediment plumes coming out from those rivers. So a very limited number of oceanographic studies have been done in Hawke Bay, and the water circulation is relatively poorly documented. And there's a lack of information regarding the transport and fate of sediment into the Hawke's Bay coastal marine area. So there's been essentially sporadic bits of information done in the past, and it's been hard to form a management strategy based on those. So these types of rivers that flow into Hawke's Bay are termed small mountainous rivers, and these are not, they're very commonly found in New Zealand, but not commonly studied in the broader literature. And these types of rivers are known for their high sediment yields and their flashy, energetic nature. River plumes are low density regions of water because they're fresh water flowing out over the saltier ocean water. And so, as in the upper diagram, they'll commonly sit on top of the ocean surface and spread out to sea, carrying with it terrestrial material such as sediment. And then the bottom right is another satellite image of a river plume coming from the Wairua River. So the concentration of suspended sediment is a common metric that's used to indicate environmental health. And it's also used to quantify like a mass of sediment. And the bottom left image just shows examples of what varying suspended sediment concentration looks like, from highly concentrated on the left to more clear waters on the right. So for the thesis, 3 different approaches were used. One was the development of a numerical ocean model, or like a computer model that simulates the circulation and sediment transport in Hawke Bay. The second was the use of satellite imagery, as I was showing previously. And the third was the deployment of a suite of instruments offshore of the Tukituki River, which measured some of these ideas in high detail. And then finally, we applied the developed model to the time period of Cyclone Gabriel. So this is an overview of the numerical ocean model. So it's a 3-dimensional model that is the region that it encompasses is shown in the top right plot. And so it expands throughout the whole Hawke's Bay region and further offshore. And it's 3-dimensional, so there's stratification and so at the boundaries of the model, there's ocean currents, there's atmospheric forcing, and then there's river discharge that comes in where the rivers reach the coast. And the model was run for a 3-year period and compared against data collected at the Port of Napier and the Hawkeye monitoring buoy. And basically, we did this to calibrate and show that the model was sensible. And here I'm going to go over some of the circulation features that the model showed. So I'll just play this movie here first. So on the bottom right is it's a movie of the surface density. So the blue is fresher water, less dense, and the yellow is salty ocean water. And then the right is the velocity at the surface in meters per second. And so this is much faster than real time. It's going over days. And what you can see is that a main feature, especially in the surface density, is these rivers. I'll play it again. Rivers that are exporting fresh water, and they're making these river plumes, and they're being transported different directions, commonly based on varying wind direction and different other ocean circulation features such as tides. And so that's just to give an idea of kind of the dynamics of what I was looking at. And on the right, these panels show mean values, so average conditions for from top to bottom sea surface salinity. So again, the blue is fresher and the yellow is saltier waters. Sea surface temperature, mean surface currents, and then mean depth average currents. And then on the right panels, it just shows the standard deviation of each of these. So that gives an idea of how variable it is for these parameters. And so with these kind of outputs, we determined what a typical circulation looks like in the bay and how that varies in time with different environmental conditions. So some common themes from these results were that the input of fresh water leads to significant stratification as well as circulation patterns. And the typical circulation pattern is shown in this third plot down, mean surface currents, where there's outflow at each end of the bay and some inflow into the middle of the bay. And so that's under mean conditions, but that varies in time. And yeah, I think that's all I wanted to say here. And also using the model, we were able to look at sediment transport. So we initialized the sediment model with data that has been collected by NIWA as well as the regional council to get a best guess at where, for example, mud and sands and different grain sizes were in the bay. And then we used the model, which included waves as well, to see how the sediment from the rivers varied in time and where it ended up on longer timescales. And so I'll just go over some of the bullet points here. The sediment accumulation in Hawk Bay mostly occurred in depths between 20 and 60 meters. And wave resuspension was the main factor that, or bed stress from waves was able to commonly lift up sediment that had been suspended once and then move it to different areas. And this plot on the bottom right shows the total bed level change. So areas in red are hot spots of where sediment accumulates in the bay. And then areas in blue are where sediment commonly gets picked up from the bed and eroded. And so the model showed a few different hotspots of deposition. The most prominent one was offshore of the Wairoa and Esk rivers. Sorry if it's small. Yeah. Yeah, and yeah, I think that's all I want to say for now on that. Okay, and the second approach used to better understand sediment dynamics in the bay was from satellite data. So every day, satellites can do take an image of the surface of the ocean, and you can use that data when there's not clouds to estimate how much sediment is in the surface layer. And so I did a number of observational measurements, as shown here in these upper plots, where I measured what a satellite measures essentially, and so then you can convert what a satellite sees into a concentration on the surface layer. And we use this 20-year data set to look at how that varies in time, essentially. And so a simple thing to do that's shown here is like monthly averages of the concentration. And so these bottom plots just show monthly averages, which shows, these plots might be kind of hard to see, but this is just the outline of the bay. And then it's ranging from 0 concentration to 25 milligrams per liter, which is kind of a moderate value. And so you can see just an increase in the winter months, essentially, and an increase around the river areas. And so another way to look at this is, for example, the plot on the top right, it's averaging conditions, environmental conditions. So these arrows indicate different levels of wave height and then different levels of river discharge from left to right. And so these are showing that you can also get higher levels of surface sediment concentration from waves resuspending sediment from the bed, as well as when rivers are exporting a lot of sediment to the coastal ocean. And then also from this analysis, I found how far offshore sediments are likely to be transported by river plumes. And so, for example, here's some numbers that was found to be between 2 to 6 kilometers offshore and in depths from 10 to 25 meters. So this data set puts some constraints on how far sediments might be transported from river plumes. Okay, and the third aspect of the thesis was the deployment of a bunch of instruments offshore of the Tukituki River. So the top left plot shows where instruments were deployed, and that's a satellite image of one of the days that the deployment happened. So you can see how much sediment is coming out of the river at that time. And so this collection of data essentially just allowed for a really high-resolution look into some of these oceanographic processes that are important for how far sediment can get offshore, but then also how it might change over time. And yeah, so this analysis investigated the water column velocity, the mixing, and the sediment transport. And one of the main things that I looked at here was the variation between the cross shore and the longshore transport. And so these arrows indicate what I'm referring to by that. So cross shore is just away from the shore, and that's the most important parameter for when you're looking at sediment transport to get to deeper values, deeper depths. And it was found that for the most important feature for river plume directionality was wind forcing. And so the wind has a big impact on how river plumes, what direction they flow in, and then also what's inside of that mass of water, what direction it ends up going. And so it was found that winds that are directed from land to the sea have the biggest impact, or they'll export the most sediment offshore, which makes intuitive sense. It's just a little different from some of the literature for bigger rivers. And so for bigger rivers, the Earth's rotation is more important, and it's a little bit complicated, but it's called the Coriolis force. And these schematics on the right just show what that process looks like. So for the bigger rivers, this rotational force will deflect or turn the mass of fresher water, whereas for these rivers that are found here, that isn't as important. So it might seem like a bit of a subtle detail, but it's an important distinction for understanding how sediment and other terrestrial material might be impacted by different wind directions. Okay, so just a brief summary on the thesis before we go to the cyclone impacts. The circulation patterns were described thoroughly for the first time. And then this linkage that I was just talking about with wind directions was explored more than it has been previously. And then the long-term depositional areas as well as short-term depositional areas in the bay were described. And this schematic on the bottom right kind of summarizes what the sediment dispersal in the bay is like. So there'll be initial supply to the surface, which will deposit in some of those length and depth scales that I overviewed. And then waves will be able to resuspend that material and then transport it into longer term areas within the bay where it would not be likely to move. Okay, and so now I'll go over the modeling effort of the cyclone. And so the model that I developed previously was applied to from January 1st, 2023 until May 1st, 2023, which covered the time period of the cyclone. And so these plots show for the major rivers in the region, the river discharge, the suspended sediment concentration, and then the accumulated sediment flux. And so from the event, just the event, it was estimated that 20.12 million tons of sediment were input into the ocean. and that during the event, the sediment concentrations in the rivers reach values of tens of grams per liter, which is a very, very high amount. So here are some satellite images. First, on the upper right, just an example of how the Tukituki River mouth changed from before and after the event. You can see that the beach essentially was eroded, and yeah, how much wider it became after the event. And then on the bottom are just some images of the bay, which just kind of show the general patterns of river plumes and turbidity experience. So the cyclone happened on the 14th of February, and then the first image without clouds was on the 17th, shown here. It's a little hard to see, but you can see in the northern bay a really extremely turbid band of water. And then this is a week after, and then 3 weeks after the cyclone, and there's still visual impacts of turbidity from satellite data. Okay, and so these are outputs from the model of this cyclone. So
Excuse me, Ted, we're racing against
Yeah,
the clock.
sorry.
How many more slides have you got to go? Are you
Just got a couple. I'll go through them.
Because we'd love to have a
Yeah,
chance to talk
sorry.
to you about
Yeah,
them.
yeah, cool. Okay, so I'll just show a model of the cyclone time period. So here is where, if you see the density and the sediment concentration, this was, I'll play it again, but this was the main event of the cyclone happening, and the sediment concentrations were very high in the model, and the surface salinity values, low salinity values, were found throughout a large amount of the bay. And I will just go to some of the results. So it was found that the near surface sediment concentrations reached pre-cyclone levels within a week, while the seabed values didn't return to pre-values for 5 weeks. And then one of the more important results was looking at the deposition from the cyclone from all the river sediments, so where the river sediments ended up. And so what I'm showing here is 2 different color ranges, and this is sediment thickness deposited on the seabed. The left panel shows from 0 to 100 millimeters, and the right panel shows from 0 to 3 millimeters. And this just shows kind of the spatial scales, but at different ranges. And so this is on the 15th. This is 2 weeks after, and then this is it's on the 1st of May. And so you can see that directly offshore. Maybe it's easier to see on the 0 to 3 millimeter range. Directly offshore of all the rivers, the initial sediment mass was deposited, and these are depths from 0 to 40 meters. And then as time went on, these deposits spread out due to currents and waves. And directly offshore of some of the rivers, maximum deposits were found to be on the range of 125 millimeters. And these results were compared with sediment cores that were taken from NIWA, and they agree in magnitude and spatially as well. And then, so this table on the right shows the depth ranges of where sediment ended up at the end of the model run. And so you can see from 0 to 10 meters depth, 25% of the sediment from the cyclone was found. 0 to 10 meters depth, 35%, and you can read the rest. And then 20% of the sediment was actually exported outside of the bay.
It's a good summary. Ted, if we can bring it
yeah.
Cheers.
Yep.
Yeah. And so the next steps, the work presented today, along with all the post-cyclone monitoring and the coastal marine environment, will feed into the upcoming state of the environment report and regional policy statement. And the model data will be used for coastal management, including the West Shore Renourishment Program review, and potentially for the next steps of the Clifton to Tongue coastal hazard strategy.
Lovely. Thank you, Ted, for your presentation that you brought us today. I'm sure there will be lots of questions. I'm just going to have to chase us along by time. Keeping in mind, committee members, that we're discussing these with regard to how this sediment impacts our marine life and all things on the way down before it actually arrives in that space. 40 metres deep. If you kind of visualise how much that's sitting on top of every living thing in there, or up to 40 metres deep. And then the 20% that's heading out of the bay up to our friends in Tairāwhiti. I think, Bex, you've brought us that before too. Right, we'll go to questions. Councillor McIntosh on screen.
Thanks, Ted. Look, I just want to understand some aspects of it a bit better. Am I right that the seabed of less than 5 metres depth actually recovers quite quickly after certainly a mild flood, but even a bad flood? And therefore, all of the sediment damage occurs at depths of greater than that, particularly around 20 metres.
No, I don't think that the seabed less than 5 meters deep recovers quickly. You might have been referring to when I was talking about the surface concentrations recovering quickly, but that's just essentially due to the settling velocity of the sediments, where only the clays and really fine sediments might stay in the water column, but most of the sediments will fall to the bottom by then.
Okay, so, well, actually, that's not what I took from the report, so maybe I've misinterpreted part of it, but the point that said it recovered suspended and seabed sediment returns to normal levels after 1 to 5 weeks.
Yeah. Can you say that again? Sorry.
Suspended and seabed sediment returns to normal levels after 1 to 5 weeks. So 1 for a small event, 5 for a big event.
Yeah. I think there might have been a little confusion on how that was worded, but what we meant was that the near surface concentration of sediment, so in the water column, was restored after 1 week, and the near bed concentration, so that's still in the water column, was restored after 5 weeks, but not what's on the seabed itself. That's a different. So it's near bed concentration, so it's what's in the water itself, but right above the seabed. That makes sense.
Might have frozen there.
Oh, okay, Hawker, carry on, Chair.
I think, Becky, did you bring us a paper around on this specifically, on what was it?
Yeah, it was, so NIWA did some post-cyclone work. That was a little bit similar to this, but they applied a different kind of model, and it was, because Ted had literally just made a model specific to the bay at the exact time, right before the cyclone happened, we figured we should actually use the fit-for-purpose built model for the bay to actually look at this stuff, which luckily did align well with the NIWA stuff, so that's really good. So we shared the same picture, but yeah, it just was allowed to give us a bit more detail of where the sediment went across the bay as opposed to where they had cored and things, and we could get a bit of a better picture.
But am I right in just following up with Councillor McIntosh's question around, Ted, yours is really talking about the sediment and the water column, but that NIWA work was more about the settled and how long it took to keep moving across and out the top?
A bit of both. Ted's also has some of that settled stuff too. It does, but it also has the water column stuff. So it's they both have bits together. They paint the picture. If that makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do we have other questions? Let's go with Martin first, and then MB.
Yeah, look, thank you. There's a huge amount of information in there. I'd picked up also that sediment was resuspended by waves within the first 5 metres. Maybe that's what I was referring to, but thinking of. But look, implications for coastal erosion, which are touched on in the paper and on the slide there. I had a quick look at the paper, and I think it's page 62. It talks about the range of different sediment types. So are you addressing everything from gravel through sand to very fine sediment in your research?
It's focused on fine sediment.
Is it?
Yeah.
So would it speak to or help our understanding, there's a West Shore community in particular that's very concerned about erosion there, does it inform patterns of sediment deposition and dispersal in the sand range?
I think it informs it, but it doesn't, it's not directly applied to that. It informs it in the regard that it has all those coarser sediments in the model, and you can look at the bed stress, so how easily things might be picked up, and then you can look at the current patterns, but it's not actually doing those processes in the model.
Right, so it wouldn't look at like the interaction of dredging around the port, West Shore beach, and waves and currents?
You could use it for that.
But you haven't as yet?
I hadn't, yeah, exactly, yeah.
Thank you. I think I had one other question, but I now can't remember. I might come back to it. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Bambi.
Okay, so thinking about the future, in moderate flood events and localised flood events, would you be able to rainfall data connected to your model? Could we then maybe work out where, specifically in the Hawke's Bay, we actually have some real issues with sediment development? So what I'm trying to say is, if you actually could connect rainfall data with your model, could we then work out where actually we have the most vulnerable areas when actually rainfall falls and at what level it falls? Would that be a tool that we could use it for?
You could use it in regard to the marine environment, but not in the river catchments itself. Because
we would see those bigger plumes, though, wouldn't we?
Yeah, exactly.
So, for instance, if you have a certain rainfall event and the plume is actually minor, which your model could pick up on, means that where that rainfall, because we have localised flooding and localised rainfall, therefore we actually could then specifically work out where actually our efforts as an organisation needs to be. That's the only thing that I'm thinking of.
Yeah, certainly could do that.
I think that's something that we are keen to focus on going forward on the science team, connecting the dots between one to the other, definitely. Yeah, which is a bit of what we're, I think, going to talk about today anyway.
Any other questions? No? We'll come back to you.
I just remembered my question. Of all of the drivers, the river current or the river discharge, wind and wave, looking for a punchline here, which do you think is the dominant in terms of the transport of sediment around Hawke Bay?
Well, they all are kind of related. The discharge sets how the initial intensity of it, so how far it might go, and then the wind sets what direction it would go in, and then the waves would set where that might end up in the long term, or like how, more higher intensity waves would be able to respend more material from the bed.
And you weren't saying there's 40 metres of sediment on the seabed, you were talking about the depth of the sea.
Depth of the sea.
And
yeah.
so
Yeah,
at
I
40
was
metres,
gonna say that.
Yeah.
That's not
I
very
did want to
nice.
clarify that
Come
too.
on, we all knew that. So did Councillor Dye.
no, because I heard in the media that there were metres of sediment.
Yeah.
And so I was, look, that's not a loaded question, Councillor Van Beek. I'm not trying to be unkind here. I'm just trying to clarify.
No,
I'm just
I'm kind to someone else.
in case
not me.
anyone in the public was thinking that you'd said there were 40 metres of sediment on the seabed. What are the depths of sediment that you're talking about? It's more in the 125 millimetres?
That was the max from the cyclone event. So, but a normal event would probably be more in the millimeters range, something like that. Yeah.
So I just thought it was worth actually getting that clear.
Can I just jump in there though? Even though that doesn't seem like much, 125 mils, to have ecological impacts, you only need 3 versus for a long period of time. So that seems really small, but actually that's quite significant. That's 4 times what would impact the ecology that's sitting on the seabed. So just flagging that.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies if I've,
That's a limit.
Yeah, just a quick one. How did gravel flow affect your sediment flow? Does it affect that at all?
Yeah. So I wasn't considering gravel in the model at all. I was just considering the fine sediment, which is most of the sediment that's exported. But yeah, it is a simplification of the process.
Yeah, because that's what mainly flows out of the Mohawk, huh? The heaps of gravel.
Yeah, and the abrasion. Yeah.
Are there more questions for Ed? Right, we have a recommendation that the Integrated Catchment Committee receives and notes the source, transport and fate of sediment in Hawke Bay and the impact of Cyclone Gabrielle staff report. Could I have
Happy
a
to
move on
move.
that? Thank you, Councillor Van Beek, and a seconder, please.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry, I was just reading the paper again. It was fascinating.
Seconder, Councillor Williams. All those in favour of receiving and noting the report, say aye.
Aye.
Big thanks to
Against?
Ted.
Very good.
Yes, and
Very timely.
thank you very much for
Huge amount of work.
bringing all that work to it, and I don't know if it's a coincidence on timing or just fantastic management that it's brought to us in that time, or you'd started it before the cyclone. Of course, the cyclone hopefully is an extraordinary event, and we are deeply interested in the everyday nature of where that sediment goes. And of course, the waves and the impact of the moana on that sediment doesn't really, isn't the impact of it actually arriving there in the first place. Do you want to speak, Councillor Van Beek?
No.
Councillor Williams?
No, just other than to note there's a huge amount of information. I hope we make use of it,
Chair, can I speak?
Yes, you can. Please.
This might not be a surprise to many of you, but it was a big surprise to me that the extent of sediment that had ended up in the bay following Gabrielle, 20 million 20 million tonnes. And if you relate that to the amount of sediment that would be dredged from the Clyde River, if and when we get around to that, that's 60,000 tonnes or 0.3% of that total. Now, our current situation with that just seems bonkers to me, where we are proposing to spend $2.5 million extra dollars to do that for very, very limited environmental benefit. So I just wanted to note that A, the volume of that, and B, the tiny volume that the Clyde River would be putting into it.
Thank you, Councillor McIntosh. Thank you very much, speakers, Ted, for bringing that work, and hopefully you'll stay around and enjoy the rest of the presentations. Thank you, Becky. So fabulous. That actually makes me feel quite aghast, those terrible results that you've showed us, but it is with great joy that we now move to item number 7. Do you want to stay at the table, or do you want to? We'll
make space. Yeah.
Thank you. So item number 7, we are very lucky to have Dr. Ashton Eads, who's our Senior Scientist of Land at HBRC, and he is going to be presenting the effectiveness of trees for landslide mitigation, and I'll invite Richard to introduce Dr. Ashton's work.
Thank you very much, Chair. Ashton, I'd just invite you to the front, or if you've got a presentation, if you've got Hugh.
Hugh will have the presentation. So yes, I'll introduce Hugh. About 18 months ago after the cyclone, we had an inception for this work. We wanted to assess the effectiveness of trees for mitigation of erosion, and particularly looking at reducing shallow landslides. So we approached Manaaki Whenua and Dr. Hugh Smith there, and we asked them to look into this because we were doing the LIDAR project as well. So we thought, well, Hugh's a very able person to look into this for us. And we set up a application with Envirolink to get an extreme weather recovery advice grant. That was awarded to us at the tune of $80,000, and it was from a pool of $500,000 that was available to other regions that were impacted by Cyclone Gabrielle. So yes, we're very fortunate for this to be paid for by Envirolink, and without any further, I will pass over to Dr. Hugh Smith to explain the work he has done for us here in helping look into this problem.
Okay, thanks, Ash. I'll just share my screen and then I'll be able to get started. So hopefully everyone can now see my slides. So I'll be giving you a short presentation on the effectiveness of trees for shallow landslide mitigation. And as Ash mentioned, this work's focusing on Cyclone Gabrielle. And the objective was to assess how effective individual trees on pastoral land were preventing shallow landslides or slips during Cyclone Gabrielle for selected farms in the region. This work's only possible because of a bunch of other work that had taken place prior. That included work that was undertaken as part of the Hawke's Bay Regional Council Manaaki Whenua Partnership Project, looking at using the regional LIDAR survey data, which included producing a map of individual trees. But we're also fortunate to be able to access data from the high-resolution Cyclone Gabrielle landslide mapping project led by GNS involving Manaaki Whenua. And on top of that, we had developed several models prior as part of an MB Endeavour program, which included a model called the Tree Influence Model and Slope Stability, or TIMS. A number of these models have now been published. So there's quite a significant underpinning to the work we're going to present today that stems from these other projects, and it's worth just noting that at this point. So this project was focused on selection of farms, or essentially properties that we could identify from Agribase, for which we had information about the estimated rainfall during Cyclone Gabrielle, the landslide density from that mapping, as well as pastoral areas on farm. And we basically required a certain amount of rainfall, a certain density of landslides, and a certain area of pastoral land for a farm to be potentially selected for inclusion in the analysis. And the reason for this is we wanted to focus on those properties that have been reasonably impacted or highly impacted by landsliding during the cyclone. The absence of landslides would be problematic for this analysis because we're interested in understanding how effective trees were in preventing landslides. And if there are no landslides, then there's nothing to compare to. So having run this filter, we arrived at 50 farms, randomly selected with these criteria for which we undertook this analysis. Now, I mentioned the TIMS, this Tree Influence Model on Slope Stability. This is a statistical model, and it aims to express the influence of an individual tree on surrounding land instability. Now, the thing to understand here, of course, is the roots of a tree have a positive effect in promoting stability. They reinforce the soil and they help reduce the water content, and it can improve stability of sloping land. And what we expect to see is that you move further away from an individual tree, that land or the area eroded would increase typically. And so we can assess this using very large amounts of data and fit a model that expresses that tree influence. And this is essential because obviously we can't look at the root architecture of every tree and even a small area, let alone across a region. So this is the only way to infer that effect from each tree individually in promoting stability. Now, this gives you a spatial view of what I'm talking about. To train the TIMS, we need a lot of data. And so to that end, we basically had a bunch of landslide mapping that had already been completed prior from Hawke's Bay, particularly Northern Hawke's Bay, but also the Wairarapa. And we had a huge number of trees that have been mapped as part of the LIDAR partnership project. So as you can see here, nearly 90,000 landslide scar source area polygons, 160,000 plus trees. So we're building a model off this data. And what you can see in this slide is an illustration of several trees on a slope. Those points indicate their center of the crown. The red polygons show the source areas of landslides. And then the shaded zone is that expression of influence where close to a trunk you have the highest level of influence, further away it diminishes. It can exceed 1 because multiple trees together combine to enhance the influence on a piece of land adjacent to them. And so this spatial representation of tree influence is derived directly from these data through this statistical modeling. Now, in terms of the specific project, what we needed to do was we needed to use the TIMS model to assess the influence of trees. And we wanted to understand what have trees in pastoral areas, so make it clear we're only talking about sort of individual trees spaced across pastoral land. We're not talking about poles specifically, we're talking about any trees that we could detect in the LIDAR, so it could be natives, it could be exotics. And we're not talking about continuous canopy areas like forestry land or native forests. We're talking about pastoral land with scattered trees. We needed a baseline scenario which expressed no trees. In other words, what would happen if we had nothing present on this land other than grass versus the contemporary tree cover, the existing trees presently in position and having some influence. And comparing to these two scenarios, we could look at the difference in our modelling of the number of landslides produced during the cyclone as well as the amount of sediment estimated to have been delivered to the stream network. And we can only do this by combining these different models, which includes the TIMS, as well as models expressing the susceptibility of the land to failure and the likelihood a landslide would deliver sediment to a stream network. Now, these other models I'll talk a bit more later on in a subsequent presentation, but these susceptibility and connectivity models, you can see the outputs here visually showing variations in susceptibility and connectivity to stream and how that can be expressed as a class, moderate, high, low, and then you can calculate an area, and then you can figure out, well, how much area of, say, highly susceptible land is reduced by the presence of a tree. And from that, we can look at landslide densities and then infer, well, if we reduce the most susceptible land and it typically has a density of X on this farm following Gabrielle, what would that look like in terms of the density of landslides with that change in susceptible land? So there's a series of connections here, and that flows through this workflow and allows us to make not just estimates of numbers of landslides and sediment delivery, but also to then map the difference in terms of, say, with trees and without. And I'll show an example of that in a little bit. Now, just moving on to some results. So in summary, across these 50 farms, it was estimated that nearly 1,900 additional landslides were prevented. So that number is hard to interpret without context, but I guess what we want to really do is express that in terms of a farm level result. And if we look at that as a median, well, across these 50 randomly selected farms, the estimated median landslide count was reduced by 7%. And in terms of sediment yield delivered to streams, that was a reduction of 10%. But as you can see in this graph, the variation is very high. And the medians obviously may seem lower, but actually some farms achieve much higher levels of reductions, up to 24%. And the question really is, well, what's driving that? And it largely comes down to tree density. So the larger reductions on farm in sediment yield from landslides occurred where we had higher tree densities, averaging around about just over 190 trees per square kilometre. whereas those with the least reductions were considerably lower, 85 trees or less, 160 trees or less, but averaging 85. And there's a spread of results in between. So unsurprisingly, tree density does matter, because ultimately the influence of an individual tree is very much a spatial question. And if you have more trees, then you have potentially more reduction in landslide erosion up to a point. Now we can look at that spatially. And as you can see here, just zooming right in on an area, we've got on the left-hand side there, the aerial photography, and those points demarcate individual trees. In the middle, we can see the model's spatial prediction of areas that are both highly susceptible to landsliding and also likely to deliver sediment to the stream with those trees present. And on the right-hand side, we can see what that might look like had there been no trees. And as you may be able to see there are areas that are now high susceptibility that were previously low. And that loss of, or removing those trees for this scenario highlights the impact of essentially having more land that's likely to fail. Now, what this means in practice for this particular property was a sediment yield was reduced from about 225 tonnes per square kilometre in the treeless baseline to about 192 tonnes per square kilometre in the contemporary scenario. So a 15% reduction here. And much of this is being achieved by the trees that are located on steep susceptible slopes proximal to the stream channel, because these are the areas that are likely both to fail, generate sediment and material that can then rapidly enter a stream network, as opposed to landslides further up the hill where the run out, the material that's produced, may travel tens of metres but ultimately be deposited on the slope. So you still end up with the damage to pastoral land, but the sediment doesn't necessarily enter the stream network. So just to kind of sum up these results, as I mentioned, across these 50 farms, we've got these median numbers of 7% reduction, numbers of landslide, 10% reduction in terms of sediment mass delivered to streams, up to 24% for one property in particular with generally higher tree density. But what's interesting is in terms of area of land affected, without trees, the area of pastoral land that's both highly susceptible and highly likely to deliver sediment streams is around 5.7% of pastoral area on the farm. This was reduced to 4.7%. So we'll have a meaningful impact on that area of land that's highly susceptible. However, there's plenty of room, I think, for further reductions. Now, we didn't test the limits of what's possible, as that wasn't part of the scope, but what's apparent is there's still plenty of land that's both highly prone to landslides and likely to generate sediment that would enter streams. So targeted tree planting to these areas could achieve disproportionate effects. And that's really the key issue here around there's more bang for buck if tree planting is targeted based on this sort of high resolution information, because it allows us to optimize where trees go for the purpose of reducing landslides and reducing the amount of sediment from landslides entering the stream network. And as you can see from the earlier results, tree density is quite important for in terms of the reductions achieved in terms of the amount of sediment delivered to streams. But nonetheless, 193 trees per square kilometre sounds like a lot, but it's only just under 2 per hectare. So I wouldn't see that as being excessive or unachievable. The key issue is it's planting it in those areas that are most likely to fail and connect to streams. And that is a relatively small proportion of many properties. And that suggests a very targeted approach could be quite effective in achieving larger reductions beyond those we've reported here. So that wraps up my presentation, and happy to take any questions, of course.
Thank you, Hugh. Fantastic results, and I think intuitively we all know that. I'll have a question while you're all thinking of yours. What I see out and about on pastoral land is both the impact and the sweet spot that's gained by having trees close enough that their roots can interlink and create a real effective holding of it. What we did see after significant weather events is a lot of that tree cover that is near or on those steep sidelings of waterways went down the waterway in various floods, and but other species which are obviously outside your scope, being flax, harakeke, manuka, they withstood the pressures of those flooding. Can you speak to that just a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. So first point to make a really clear is we're talking about landsliding on hill slopes, on slopes that are outside the extent of the flood flows. So if you're talking about, say, poplar willows on riverbanks that were flattened by the flood flows coming down the river, that's what we're focusing on here. So obviously they're there for various reasons, bank protection, etc. And we're talking about when you step outside that sort of channel zone and you're on the, say, a hillside adjacent to a channel, and a landslide occurs on that slope, and then it might travel 50 to 100 meters perhaps and deliver 1,000 or 10,000 tons of sediment into that river. The presence of trees on that slope, but outside of that floodwater extent, is what we're focusing on. And those trees are, if planted in the right position, can achieve a disproportionate benefit, is I guess the key message. It's quite separate to that question of planting trees on riverbanks for a range of reasons, which is not the scope here.
Thank you. We'll go with Martin and then to you, Jock.
Yeah, look, thank you very much for that helpful overview of the paper. I just was trying to get a sense of the numbers of trees per kilometres that we're having a kind of, higher range impact at 15%. You said to get, to that you've got a density of up to, say, 193 trees per kilometre squared. What does that look like? How common is that? It's hard for me to correlate a tree density into square kilometres, but if I drive around the pastoral land of Central Hawke's Bay, the road up to Waimarama, for example, on your right, there's poplar planting that looks like it's been part of our pole planting scheme. What sort of densities are they? Are they in that range?
Well, I couldn't speak to, well, I can't speak to that site level. I could say that you're talking several trees per, say, 2.5 acres or a hectare. So if you can picture that, then imagine a couple of trees on it. My point further would be that that's not targeted planting necessarily. So the modelling we did made no prior judgment as to where the existing trees were positioned. Some of those may have been planted for erosion control, some may be there for aesthetic reasons, some may have been there for hundreds of years. And ultimately, there's no judgment from us on what's gone where. The issue here, though, is if you looked at this afresh and said, I've got this blank pastoral landscape and I was going to plant trees with a view towards erosion control, particularly landslides, where would I best plant them for maximum effect? Then actually maybe you would potentially have lower densities. The issue is that the densities I mentioned here relate just to the trees that are there with no prior statement about their effectiveness in terms of their location. But clearly having more trees, even if they were completely untargeted, the odds are that you're going to have some of those in the right place. If we can in the future direct more and more tree planting to those locations where we've got best prospects for stabilising land and reducing sediment delivery to streams, then we're actually limiting the number of trees we need to plant. If you didn't target it, you'd have to plant like a grid of trees and you'd end up with lots and lots of trees, and many of which may not be doing much for the purpose of reducing sediment to streams. Bearing in mind, you could easily plant trees further up the slope with a view towards reducing landslides, but those landslides may be less likely to deliver sediment to streams, but they're still providing a benefit in terms of, say, limiting the damage to pastoral land. But on the other hand, if your view is that we want to limit damage to pastoral land and limit the amount of sediment entering the stream network, then actually that takes a bit more information. But in terms of what you see on the slope, a couple of trees per hectare is probably a reasonable proxy, but really it comes down to exactly where those trees are positioned.
Thank you. It's very helpful.
Councillor McIntosh.
Thanks, Chair. Hey, look, I thought the 7% figure was reasonably unhelpful. You could superficially take a look at that and think if I plant some trees, I'll reduce erosion by 7%, in which case that seems a poor figure because it's a lot of effort for not much gain. Now, I know that's not what the 7% is, but for me, a more useful figure to work on would be to say, if you plant erosion-prone land, and I realise that requires some definition, in poplars, you will increase the likelihood of that not slipping by 90% or something. Do you see what I mean? So you can give a clear indication of. So if it's a farmer, they know that if they've got land that's susceptible and they plant it with right spacing and right species and so on, actually they're going to protect that land. That to me, that's a much more useful way to look at it.
I agree, and we have previously done work that's indicated reductions of up to 70%, or in the order of 50%, depending on the different studies. And that involved optimal tree planting or continuous spaced tree planting. What we were trying to test here, though, is what had the existing tree cover achieved. And unfortunately, in science, you can't bury unfavourable results. It just is what it is. I agree that targeted tree planting, we tested that, could well achieve much higher reductions. And indeed, the farm with the 24% reduction, whether by design or chance, had a much better result. Also consider that this is one event and that trees are benefiting land stability through time over many decades. And it's not just the Cyclone Gabrielles that come along, but even those damaging but more localized events that trigger landslides. You're compounding your benefit through time if you are preventing landsliding across many, many events over many decades. So there's a benefit that accrues.
Councillor Harding will go to you and then to Councillor Curtin.
Kia ora, Chair. Look, I just put my hand down because I had a very similar question to Jock. So we've got a paper further on, Basher 2016. He talks about 70, or she talks about 70 to 90% protection. So I was having similar trouble to Jock about reconciling actual realistic protection from actively planting for erosion control.
I'll happily speak to that because I've been involved in some of that work over the years. I've been here. That's Les Basher, who is now retired but worked closely with us. The 90% reduction we use in our sediment modelling quite extensively, and that refers to continuous canopy forest. So in other words, trees that have full canopy closure. The 70% reduction refers to space planted trees, poplar willows, but essentially with an optimum grid design. So in other words, pretty much trees everywhere, but with spacing. So grazing would continue, but that's a lot of trees. And that's your sort of best possible outcome. In practice, when we've tested other scenarios with targeted tree planting, we've also found reductions a bit less than that, but still better than 50%, say. So my point here would be we can do better. And we have published papers and we've demonstrated that. But that wasn't the question here that we were testing. We were testing what's been achieved by the existing trees. And the story is, I guess, regrettably more mixed. There are some positive elements to this, but also, on average, the reductions are, as you note, quite a bit less than what's possible. But there's a positive take home, I would say, which is there's a lot more that can be achieved. This isn't the end story, that actually targeted tree planting, given what I've just mentioned, could achieve much higher reductions, which accumulate through time. The issue here is we shouldn't be saying, oh, there's a bunch of trees out there, they're doing their job. They may not be doing very much if they're in the wrong places. And no amount of sort of hope that they are helping is going to change the outcome, which is if they're in the wrong place, it doesn't matter what the cost was or who planted it there, it's not doing very much for erosion control. And I think we need to probably acknowledge that tree planting across the country probably needs, where it's directed towards landslides, particularly needs to take more of a targeted approach, which would be a shift from where things have been at in the past. Particularly now we've got this high resolution information available to us. So there's a real opportunity, I think.
There is the nugget, isn't it, around what we do, the right tree, the right place, the right density, etc. Closing out, Neil Curtin.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Really, your last message really does resonate because we've got such limited resource to try and do a lot, and then we need to spend it well. Can I just go to understand a little more your 50 farms and the selection thereof? Now, I'm confused with some of the commentary in the paper around highly erodible land. Are you saying that the 50 farms were selected just on rainfall location, or was it inclusive of highly erodible? Were they also located in highly erodible land? That's my first question around that.
So effectively, they were located in highly erodible land in the sense that they were only included if they produced more than 10 landslides per square kilometre. So if the land was not susceptible to landsliding and it received a lot of rainfall but didn't produce any landslides, then it wasn't included. The other big limitation, it's not just the rainfall, but also we had to focus on areas for which landslide mapping can be completed. And the figure I showed, which showed the sort of grid squares, which were color-coded, that was indicating those grids where mapping had been undertaken. This is high-resolution landslide mapping. We need that high-resolution data. It can't be the low-resolution stuff that was done earlier. That constrained the farms that could be included. So farms had to have overlap the rainfall information, which we have region-wide from HBRC, landslide data for the farm, which obviously quickly limits the area to those that were most impacted because that was the focus for that high-res mapping. And they had to be pastoral land over a square kilometre, so sort of reducing the smaller property.
Follow on a little because so your model excluded forestry land, forested land. There was no sense of evaluating in terms of pastoral composition. Where I'm coming at, and I appreciate your position, this is a very nuanced approach. The outcome will require a very nuanced approach, taking in a whole range of factors, including, land use itself, which could lead us to promote forestry as opposed to pastoral farming, or at least in those zones. We've got species, tree species, we've got pasture strength. We've got a whole host of factors that apply here. When will we come up with, if you like, the go-to schedule or direction? How do we get there to give direction to our investments?
I mean, I can only speak to my part of it, which is to say that we wanted to really hone in on that question of what can we achieve in terms of stabilising pastoral land. Now, it was really moving away from the forestry question in this context, just really speaking to the question of the trees that are already out there, what have they done? What have they achieved? And they've certainly achieved something, but there's scope to do more. So it is a very targeted question. Ultimately, in terms of stabilising land, pasture makes little difference. Stocking seems to make little difference. It's largely about tree roots, essentially. These are, in many cases, highly erodible slopes, as you will, I think, appreciate. The options here are around trade-offs between, say, the tree density, the cost of planting, the type of species, the impact on pasture growth and production, and the number and size of landslides reduced over time. And I guess it's a balancing up of those different competing interests to find a compromise that ultimately allows, say, production to continue whilst at the same time limiting impact. And in some places, retirement of land may be the way forward. And I think in the presentation I'll give after lunch, there's potentially implications that stem from that analysis that speak to your question.
It does,
thank you.
But this project was targeted, yeah.
We will round it up, but I think potentially this piece of work and research is around encouraging us not to rest on our laurels because we have trees already, by either which way they've ended up in the environment, that there is much work to be done, and acknowledging the work that the trees that are there do. But as Hugh had said, if those trees just happen to be miles from where they need to be, they may not be doing the job we need, which is back to our earlier paper around keeping that sediment out of our waterways. We have a recommendation to just receive and note the effectiveness for trees for landslide mitigation staff report. Can I have a move for that? Thank you, Councillor Van Beek. Seconded Martin Williams. All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye. Against? Carried. That concludes our morning's program. We will break for lunch and reconvene at past. Could we have...
Before you do, can I just do a small presentation on behalf of Zan? So, once again, you can't grow anything in Hawke's Bay without water. Well, I would say. So Zan is involved, and maybe you can actually explain. Oh, you want me to do it?
No, well, I can barely see it. I think you've got a box of grapes there.
There's three
or is
boxes
that a bunch?
of grapes.
I can't tell. Yep.
So this is actually grown by a neighbour that Zan is involved in, and then he will take it from there quickly because we're looking for lunch.
Okay, so these are Japanese artisanal table grapes grown in Bridge Pa, and they do need quite a lot of water, and they're very juicy and tender, and hopefully some good flavours there. And I hope you enjoy them.
And these are just fantastic, and the size of them is just enormous. They're even bigger than my cherries, and that's unbelievable that's possible. Thank you. I'll have them at the table over there, even for those people in the gallery.
Thank you, Councillor Harding. perhaps Te Wairama, would you like to lift up the flap for us to see if there's kai there and our afternoon's program agenda for the Environment and Integrated Catchment Committee. Welcome to our esteemed guests, Deputy Mayor Annette and CEO Harris. I'd like to, you missed a fabulous presentation we had earlier on the Te Whanga plan, and I'm going to call on our Chair, Haniwai Ormsby, to draw a connection for committee members and the public before we come back to your specific presentation. So can I hand over to you?
Kia ora, thank you, Chair. And tēnā tātou katoa, nau mai haere mai. Just welcome to our guests. Thank you for being here for the presentation. And there is a close connection between Te Komiti and our plan across the Ahuriri catchment and this project, the Ahuriri Regional Park, which we're a partner to both, and Napier City's a partner to both, and so is Mana Ahuriri. So without confusing the two, this is going to be a historic project, really, once it gets over the line and the first piece of dirt moved. But this is the master plan that helps bring to life some of the aspirations of the Te Whanga plan. And it's one major project that we've been working on alongside the Te Komiti. So this is a partnership, again, a strong partnership between Napier City Council, Hawke's Bay Regional and Mana Ahuriri that we've been working on through the fantastic leadership of Annette in Napier City Council and our project managers who have brought this together to the stage we're at today. Hawke's Bay Regional Council's commitment through this has been both operational and through our long-term plan. We have had the pause on capital, but I guess they're going to take us through some of the possible projects going forward and the engagement we still need to have with the public about the master plan. So just a huge welcome. Thank you for all the mahi that's done across the committee. And we've got Mana Ahuriri representatives here, Joe and the CEO Paris. Kia ora, and we'll just hand it over to you, Chair, for them to present.
And yes, we could just acknowledge the other councillors in the room. Lovely to have you both with us. We've allocated you around 20-25 minutes. Is that okay?
Yeah, perfect.
We're very much looking forward to your presentation, so the floor is yours.
Kia ora, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Committee, for having us today. I will just take a couple of minutes to introduce. So, kia ora, Coronette Brosnan, Te Kungoa. My name is Annette, Deputy Mayor of Napier, and I chair our Ahuriri Regional Park Joint Committee. And I just want to acknowledge the members of your council who are in the room as well. So, Councillor Neil Curtin, Chair Ormsby, and Councillor Martin Williams. So, kia ora to you for being a part of this project and at the exciting stage we're at today to present to you. I'll also just go around our group. I'm sure you possibly know everyone, but I'll do that for the public as well. So we have Councillor Keith Price, who sits on the committee, and Councillor Hayley Brown as alternate. We have our project manager, Cameron Jury, our internal kind of project manager, Connie Whelan-Mills. We have my deputy chair, Joe Retty, and we have Paris Greening, the chair of Mana Ahuriri. So kia ora to everyone. Thank you for joining us here today. So I'm going to talk to you really briefly. Basically, I've got a PowerPoint with pretty pictures on it because I want to show you the stage that we're at with our master plan, which is about to be released for public comment. So I know that your committee members will be keeping you sort of roughly informed about our progress, but this is our first time, probably in the last 8 months, to come back and show you the work that's been done. So, as you'll be aware, Napier City Council has what we call Lagoon Farm, a piece of farmland, 284 hectares adjacent to Te Whanga. It had previously been zoned industrial use for the industrial expansion of Napier by the city. We've worked to rezone that special conservation purpose in our district plan, and that's going through our proposed district plan now. I think there was overwhelming support in the submissions for that, and we're proceeding on that basis to transform this piece of farmland jointly with you and Mana Ahuriri into a series of treatment wetlands, primarily as the function, to treat the city's stormwater before it is discharged into the estuary, currently untreated. So we set out with some visions our vision for it was around stormwater, was around improving our water quality, the mauri of the estuary and the water we put into it. We talked about ecological excellence. So this is probably the largest project the City of Napier has done and the biggest investment in environmental sort of kaupapa in a long time. We talked about natural environment, so around building biodiversity corridors into our city, rebuilding habitat, coastal plantings and things like that support the natural ecology of the area as well as habitat. And lastly, of course, it is a significant piece of infrastructure. I will just draw your attention, as I'm sure you're all aware, that Napier City and Hawke's Bay Regional Council jointly hold a resource consent for the discharge of stormwater from our networks, and I know we're having a conversation around what the future of that looks like, but part of that existing consent requires us to work together as the consent holders to deliver wetland treatment systems. So the land that Napier City has found and divested into this purpose is the place we are intending to jointly do that. We have a range of constraints on the site, so part of our initial work was around identifying those, so I'll just draw your attention to those, because through some of our key constraints you can see where some of our key stakeholders fall into this project as well. So we have an airport control zone, obviously the airport and Air New Zealand are key stakeholders to this project. In particular, you think around the strategic risk of bird strike being something that requires really active management. And perhaps if there's time for questions, some of the team could speak a little bit to that at the end. Becca did a piece of stormwater retention or detention work for us around what capacity of space we would need to deliver the wetlands. And so we're looking, I think, just over 100 hectares of wetlands across the site. The design would see 3 separate wetlands that could deliver. There's a piece of technical work going on now around what that would look like, but could deliver different types of treatment or certainly allow for maintenance and upscaling and downscaling depending on rain events to get the water quality outcome we're looking for. We also had some zoning down the side, which you'll be familiar with, the government's plan to 4-lane potentially this part of the expressway, so there is some zoning down the side for that, and there is also some topography considerations in terms of constraints. So the dark blue in the top left is the lowest point of the park. So we would be looking at bringing the stormwater in at, as you're looking at it, the roundabout end with Prevenson Drive and the expressway, so bottom right. So we're at the stage where we have endorsed as a joint committee the master plan going out for public consultation. So as a key partner in this project, we thought it would be a great opportunity to come to you guys and show you where that master plan that's about to receive public consultation is at. So you'll see here the treatment wetlands. Now, some people think of wetlands as being open water bodies or spaces where, say, big birds could land. That's not what we're trying to achieve with the wetlands. We're trying to achieve a slow migration of water through a fully planted wetland that does not attract the big species of birds that the airport is particularly concerned about, out towards the existing pump station, which is about centre of the stop bank next to Te Whanga there. You'll have in front of you a handout which you can see this in more detail. Basically, we have a range of core activities we would like to deliver on the site. Obviously, number one is our treatment wetlands. But going on from that, there is also space for plant production nursery to support the wetlands, a waharoa, an entrance, welcoming space, passive recreation connections through. So we already have cycleways and walking ways around the edge of Lagoon Farm. So we'd be looking to integrate that into what spaces are appropriate here. There are some spaces which have sensitive species that we would look to keep people away from, primarily around the edge of the foothills of the Paraiti Hills. There is also a range of things in here around coastal plantings and other activities to support the biodiversity and habitat creation. This was just a map just to show you the sort of general amount of space. I think sometimes when we talk about parks or less so regional parks, I know you have sort of parks focused on wetlands or country and things like that. So this regional park, and we're looking to our partners to probably name it properly at some stage once we have the master plan approved. But this park will be primarily around regenerating forest and wetlands. So it's an environmental eco support for the urban city. There's also some potential future programs that we could look to develop in future. These all came out of wānanga we had with community whānau and stakeholders in the master plan development stage. So, you know, for example, we had the Scouts telling us, wouldn't it be great if we had an open space where we could go and camp and connect our rangatahi to the environment. So there are things like that we could develop as part of a second stage in partnership with others. If you think about some of our educational institutes or some planting and things like that might be part of a partnership opportunity in future. So we've sort of separated those out as a nice to have versus our core delivery of the park being the first stage. So I've just got some artist drawings that are going through into the master plan for community consultation. So you'll see sort of passive recreation spaces for walking and cycling. There is a concept around the waka being able to land on the estuary side, potentially with some supporting structures. This is where you'll see your regenerating forest and the natural wetland interaction. So it will be wide open, green habitat space. Up to in the top left of this image, you can just about see the existing roundabout on Orutu Drive and Prebenson, which was initially designed as the entrance into the industrial area. That is proposed to be the main entrance into the park. So you would have a right-hand turn if you were heading towards Taradale at that roundabout into the park. And this is the space where we would, to support the operations of the park, have some potential complementary commercial activities. So if you think cafe and nursery potentially, that style of activity, along with, say, an education or a welcoming space building as well. So this is my last slide, just that we are jointly, as a group of three of us, we are seeking public feedback that is due to open on April 16th through to the 7th of May. We're having an open house as part of our consultation program, which is essentially a public meeting, and there will be a stall dedicated to this project at the open house, and that is on the 15th of April at 5:30. And we are having an open day on site on the 3rd of May from 10 a.m. to 12 noon, where community, elected members, whānau can come along and see the plans for the piece of land, the whenua, and give us their feedback. So I will just open it up if there's any comments that anyone from the committee or our project managers, mana whenua, would like to make about the project, and then I'll hand back to you. Thank you very much. Do we have questions for Deputy Mayor Boltzmann?
Looks like you've... we don't have any questions. What about, would you take comments?
Absolutely.
Do we have comments for Annette?
Absolutely.
Supporting comments all welcome. Lovely. Behind you we have Councillor Zan Harding has a question for you.
Kia ora, Zan.
In front.
Kia ora, Chair. Kia ora, Annette and team. Look, it's pretty exciting, a regional park, dual functionality. And so, look, it's just a massive opportunity. But, you know, we've seen on the 6 o'clock news recently the trouble that Queenstown have got into with a treatment field that got out of control. next to an airport. What can the team tell us about risk management around that for your development? And what can they tell us in that context about risks around large rainfall events, sea level rise, and when we're going to bite the bullet and realise that we need to move our airport out to Bridge Park? Thank you.
Got a piece of land in mind, have you?
Madam Chair, are you happy? Are you happy, Madam Chair, if I make some comments in response?
Smirking under my hand.
Thank you, Councillor Harding, for the questions. I might leave the last question outside of my scope of knowledge to make comment on. But what I'll do, and I will ask Cameron Drury if he might be able to make a couple of comments on this. I would make the comment that I think Queenstown was a wastewater treatment field, and obviously we're looking at stormwater here, so we have a really different set of contaminants that we're looking to strip out, and there is some really good evidence around wetland treatment systems that can strip, polish, sediment dropout, etc., that we would be looking to tap into for that. Perhaps, Cam, if you were in a position to make some comment, particularly maybe around the technical advisory group that's supporting this kaupapa?
Yeah, so thank you. Here's my one. So the detailed design around the stormwater matters is being undertaken in a separate project that's informing this project. That's referred to as the Lagoon Farm Stormwater Project. The consultants working on that are Tonkin and Taylor. So how we are integrating with that project is essentially receiving advice around the size and form of the spatial extent of the wetlands that we should be providing for in this master plan process. So this project, I guess, isn't charged with developing the detail of the stormwater solution. We're providing for this spatial space for it. That project is working alongside, and it is still going. It's working through different challenges and design matters. We have been running a technical advisory group for this master planning project, and we have a representative from TNT on that team to try to integrate the two and provide for sort of feedback to and fro. So in terms of the specifics around how rainfall and sea level rise is being managed within the design solution, we would have to refer back to that other project team to be able to seek that advice. But I do know from having a look at their own constraints, reporting that they undertook a little while ago now, those matters were all very, they were very aware of those matters. In terms of the avian fauna side, with the risk to the airport operations, we have engaged someone from PDP, avian fauna expert there. She's been assisting the Boffa-Miskell team in developing the master plan. So if you can imagine, there's lots of input coming in from many different people with many different interests, also the wetland inputs as well. And that person has just been helping to guide the master planning team to consider their design in respect to that risk. One of the key messages really been to avoid open areas of water and to avoid that potential for essentially birds to want to fly across the flight path. So that person has been on the technical advisory group as well. That's always been identified as a key risk for this project. It's probably not fully resolved yet. We're developing a concept so that essentially we know what we've got, and then the next steps would be to further look into managing that identified risk, and that'll probably come through turning our attention to developing a wildlife maintenance program. But until we've actually got a concept that can be considered in detail, it is a little bit early to essentially complete the exercise.
Councillor Jock McIntosh on the screen behind you.
Thanks, Chair. Hey, looks great. I just had one question around the money side of things. So I note in the paper it said the cost of the projects are covered by operational budgets. Is there a capital challenge for you in putting together the money to do the buildings and all that sort of stuff?
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. Yes, we have, and I think regional council is in the same position. So we valued your commitment alongside ours last long-term plan around putting money in your 10-year plan for this project for capital. So I believe at that stage you'd put aside $10 million and we had done the same plus some inflation. So we ended up at about 22 million between the two of us for capital expenditure on the delivery of the park. There is also supporting infrastructure investment that is coming from different departments of Napier City Council. So there is around $36 million worth of stormwater improvement work in terms of realignment pumps, etc., to get the stormwater into the park. So there's sort of a number of different capital streams to the delivery of this, including inside that infrastructure work, the construction of the wetlands.
Thank you. Councillor Curtin.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and congratulations to Napier City for its very substantial investment in this, particularly foregoing substantial revenue from current farming activities. So that needs to be acknowledged as a contribution or opportunity lost from your side. But turning to that, those dollars that are needed. You mentioned the co-consented, the consent relating to the pump station at the middle of the block there. What's the overlap between councils, as you understand it, for managing, working on the stormwater network in that zone? I mean, we've got currently divergent holdings and asset holdings. What is the connection at that point, and what is the level of collaboration needed between councils on this and this project entirely, really? What's it look like between councils?
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Councillor Curtin. I know this is something that you have been leading a discussion between our two councils about, and I appreciate that. I would have to ask the team specifically around that point, but my understanding of the regulatory environment is that jointly Napier City Council and Hawke's Bay Regional Council hold the resource consent for the discharge of, it's probably water to water at that stage, so stormwater to water, and that one of the conditions of that consent is that prior to its expiry, we as joint consent holders investigate the implementation of end-of-line stormwater treatment through wetlands. So that's my understanding of the regulatory environment. I might turn to the team and see if anyone has any comment or knows of how the operations particularly work. We may not have that expertise with us, so
probably the one part I could go a little bit further. I think Annette's done a great job at the end of line treatment. The consent also looks at other part of the catchment treatment too. So this is one component of the overall consent. So there's still another program of work existing beyond the site.
So I can probably add, so there's a joint approach to that joint consent. So both teams contribute to the execution of that consent. It's very detailed. That's only a couple of the requirements. There's pages and pages of requirements, but there is the requirement to look into end of pipe treatment, and there is the requirement to look at in-stream treatment. All those things are being looked at. Certainly at the GM level, we check in on about a 6-weekly basis about the operational team's work in that area, and that the teams are adequately working together on all matters. There's also a catchment group that's formed as part of that consent as well. So it's quite involved.
Thank you, Councillor Williams.
Yeah, just a question, and yeah, thank you for your presentation. I'll come in some comments later, Chair, if I can. But you mentioned the 36 million, Annette. Is that includes? I got a sort of travelling figure of about 12 million for the lagoon or the wetlands themselves. That's been in the council's LTP or stormwater strategy there is funding specifically for the wetland itself as a separate capital item, or there has been. That was my understanding. No? Is that part of the 36? Am I wrong?
Are you able to address that, Connie?
At a very high level, like the Lagoon Farm Stormwater Diversion Project is a infrastructure project, and then this is more of a strategic project, so that the wetlands themselves as a infrastructure collection has got a separate funding avenue, and then the kind of the enabling of everything else on this master plan is the joint fund between HBRC and NCC. So yes, you are correct that there's a different...
There has been a Napier City decision for some time to invest some money in a wetland treatment at the end of pipe, right?
That's correct.
Lovely, Chair Ormsby.
Kia ora, Chair, thank you. In terms of the future program, the potential future program versus the sort of prioritised projects, could you give us a view on how the Joint Committee will work through phasing of that? At what point in the project will we be able to have that conversation to bring back to our councils for awareness, for understanding of, I guess, the project development, knowing that funds are going to have to be looked at to, business case, I guess.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question, Chair Ormsby. My expectation is that we will receive a wide range of community views when this goes out to community consultation later this month. The committee has a delegation to make decisions on the final master plan and adopt that final master plan. At the time that we do that, the next iteration is that there is a piece of costing and staging work which will involve business cases as required, depending on the type of activity we're talking about, to support that staging and funding piece of work. I would like to get the project to a stage that ahead of your next long-term plan, you have a phased and costed program of work for the delivery of the plan, so that we can move from, which has been the status quo for a few years now, of place marker funding in our long-term plans, and Napier is the same, through to actually tagged capital items specifically related to those stages. I hope that's helpful.
Yep, that does. Fantastic. Yep. Councillor Hokianga.
Kia ora koutou. Tēnei pūrongo, tēnā anō ki koutou tākoha mai ki mui a tātou, whakaatu mai rā I enei whāinga mā tātou. Reira tēnā koutou. Just one from here, just picking up on the Māori aspect in relation to returning the Māori back to Te Whanga, and I think I've got it entangled in my head at the moment, but how do we measure that?
How do you measure the Māori? Yeah, I might ask my colleagues at Mana Ahuriri if they might have some comment on that around potentially water quality.
Kia ora te whanaunga, mō tō pātai. I suppose, firstly, to the Council, just want to acknowledge your endorsement of Te Muruai Te Whanga this morning. I look forward to receiving the email from your CEO. And secondly, thank you, Annette, for tying in both Ahuriri Regional Park and Te Muruai Te Whanga. And there's more things that we can tie in that relates directly to our treaty settlements, such as Ahuriri Station, the FDS, the airport, and the plans that we have there, the work that we're doing with the stock banks and the farm itself right now. There's heaps of things. So one thing that we prescribe to is te mana o te wai. So that's a mātauranga-based approach in measuring and acknowledging water quality and the uses of that water. So in our frameworks that we will be measuring, the Māori is through the way that our people interact with the whanga. At the moment, it's not the healthiest to gather kai, it's not the healthiest to do recreational activities, and some of the places were prevented from doing our cultural activities, our pure, our karakias and the like. So in terms of the Māori of the whanga, that's some ways that we'll be measuring it, the increased activities that we're doing on there. We have an understanding and a relationship with the councils who are monitoring the heck out of it. There's so much monitoring going on there. Yesterday at one of our hui, a couple of our whānau says, we know what's wrong with it, now it's time for action. So Te Muriwai Te Whānga Plan is one of those. Ahuriri Regional Park is one of those. And our own aspirational developments that we have for Ahuriri Station will increase the Māori and Te Manawa Te Wai in Te Whānga as well. Kia ora whanaunga.
Thank you. We might, small steps on a long journey. We might move the recommendation and then come back for comments if that's okay. So we have within the committee a recommendation to receive and note the Ahuriri Regional Park Staff Report. Could I have a mover for that? Thank you, Chair Ormsby. Seconder, please. Thank you, Martin Williams. And we'll comments from you first.
Just fully endorse the master plan, its process and the partnership that has been built. I am looking forward to the consultation for us to hear from the public on what to prioritise here. And I think it's just an encouragement that maybe all the councillors get an invite to all the different engagement that is going to happen finishing May, I think I remember, starting next week, finishing in May, sometime like that. That would be, there we go, the 15th, that would be fantastic for us to have eyes at the park. There will be a chance to visit the park in that engagement. So I fully recommend that any of our councillors that want to experience what the farm is actually like now and then really take note of what the vision is going forward through the master plan. Kia ora, thank you.
Councillor Williams.
Yeah, look, thank you. I just wanted to put this project into context a little bit because I know the big question in people's minds might be the financial case for this in a context where we're very much focused on resilience and adaptation and living with rivers and what have you. But I just really wanted to stress that this isn't a frilly, in my view. This is core biodiversity infrastructure. It is core climate adaptation infrastructure. It's been a great privilege for me to go to the various hui where we've refined the concept, taking on board the values and the advice that we've had from mana whenua and Ana Hariri in particular, and the stakeholders that have been engaged through the process to arrive at this. And it is prioritising on those aspects of this being a park that's not really sort of all about swings and playgrounds and what have you. It's education, it's cultural restoration, it's biodiversity, it's those values that are very much aligned with what we heard about this morning in Muriwai o Te Whānga presentation as well. It was impressed upon us by Dr. Bruce Clarkson, Chair Haniwai's reminded me of his name. He came and told us that every urban centre in the world should basically be aiming at 10% Indigenous vegetation if we are to be able to withstand the impacts of climate change and reverse the otherwise catastrophic Permian scale biodiversity catastrophe that's looming upon us, way bigger than any tariff impact that you could ever think of. So, yeah, this is core business, and it will also address our stormwater vision. There is upstream catchment work going on that's required by the consents. That's happening anyway. That's what you're talking about in that. But then this will be the end of pipe with the lagoon. But there's just so much going on here. It just really ticks so many boxes at so many different levels. And I just wanted to put it into that context. This is by no means, to say, a frilly or a nice to have in my view. And it is very much centred and focused on those core purposes. With that said, I'm very happy to second the motion and thank you, Napier City and our Mana Ahuriri Rangatira for being present with us today, and to the team as well. So thank you.
Beside you as well.
Oh, Evelyn, I'm sorry. I didn't know you'd sneak us to speak.
We'll very briefly go, Councillor Curdin and Councillor Harding, we are over time, so if you could keep them very concise,
Very
that would be much
briefly,
appreciated.
Madam Chair, great to see the vision, Team Napier City. What we've got here is an opportunity to create and establish probably the biggest urban wetland in the Southern Hemisphere. It's a tremendous opportunity. And I'd say just in closing that we around the regional council can't have our cake and eat it too. We can't send you abatement notices for contaminating the estuary unless we join you in this project. We need to recognise that we need to become part of the solution, but we quite like that money coming in from finding people.
As do we all. Councillor Harding, very briefly.
Yeah, kia ora. Very briefly, I welcome the regional park. I do not welcome the stormwater project because I believe it's an example of continuing to build, actually just doubling down on risks around climate and sea level rise in a situation with elevated groundwater levels already, threat of, or multiple threats to that area. When are we going to learn that we need to think differently, build differently in different places? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harding.
It was running downhill.
We have a mover as Chair Ormsby, seconder Councillor Williams. All those in favour to receive and note the report say aye. Aye. Against?
Aye.
Thank you so much to our guests. The mana at our table has been significantly lifted by your presence here this afternoon. It's been my pleasure to see this presentation twice. Thank you to Councillor Crown in the background there, who shared it with our Zone 3 colleagues last week. So fabulous. It does feel like a real sweet spot of relationship building, all working together on a similar trajectory to get us to a beautiful place in the future. So thank you for the work that you do and continue to do.
Maybe our leaders.
Well done. Thank you.
Thank you for having us. Apologies, team, we are over time.
Just Madam Chair.
Councillor Van Dyke noted. Councillor Curtin, you're not going to tell me I'm having a shocker.
Having a shock.
Could we invite up Dr. Ashton back to the table while our guests leave? Oh, with Warwick. Oh, Warwick. Is Warwick there? Yep. Oh, he's on mic.
Warwick's
there he is.
I'll be back in about 20 minutes.
Just give a minute to get himself done. Just go there.
Off on the moth.
Just go to you. Yes, yep. And I bring you back to our series of papers which are telling a story through managing our sediment from where it begins to where it ends, or reducing where it ends. And it's lovely to have Warwick back to present to us. My apologies, Warwick, we are going to have to be really tight on time for the presentation. We have read your paper, and I'll invite Richard to introduce erosion control in what's the end game. I love the name of this.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just reminding that the ECS was first implemented in 2018 as part of the Hawke's Bay Afforestation Program, and the goal was to reduce sediment loss to our region's waterways by 50% through planting 1/3 of the region's most highly erodible land. And that the current long-term plan has a more ambitious goal to have all of the region's highly erodible land under tree cover by 2050. And whilst it's fantastic to set ambitious goals, I guess what we're doing today is reporting on what is the outcome, what is the impact of the work that we've actually been doing to date. So I'd just like to acknowledge Paula Richardson, who's acting Catchment Operations Manager, stepping in for Jolene Townsend, who's unwell at the moment, and Warwick Hesketh, who's our Principal Advisor, Catchment Management. Welcome.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you for having us. I'd just like to start by summarising just a few key points about the erosion control scheme. So the scheme is the backbone of our long-term strategy for sustainable land management. And to date, HBRC's investment has helped build infrastructure, framework and relationships with landowners, which are all crucial to the effective running of this program. And so daily, our catchment advisors are working closely with farmers, catchment groups, mana whenua, other sections of council and industry representatives to support the council's strategic goals. So thanks to advances in landscape modelling, data gathering and recording methods, our teams are now better equipped to identify and target highly erodible land. So by taking a long-term approach, we can show the effectiveness of the ECS over time, and by continuing our investment, we can sustain and grow the program using evidence-based tools. As we enter the 8th year of the ECS, we're proud of the significant progress that we've made both on the ground and with engaging landowners. And as a result, over time, we expect to see less sediment entering our rivers and streams, which benefits everyone in the region. So now I'll hand over to Warwick, who'll explain this in a lot more detail, and he'll address the questions that were raised in the December EICC meeting.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Warwick Hesketh taku ingoa, i Catchment Management, taku turanga mahi. Thank you very much for the opportunity to answer some very fair and pertinent questions that were raised when I last presented in December. I found it really useful to revisit the origins of the ECS and reflect on the last 6 years. First question, is there a sediment reduction goal and when will it be achieved? In 2017, the Hawke's Bay Afforestation Program was established under the Kahuta Accord. That was an umbrella program that included both the ECS and a conceptual right tree, right place program. And the afforestation program had a goal to reduce the sediment loss to the region's waterways by 50%. Modelling at the time suggested that that could be achieved by planting 1/3 of the region's highly erodible land, and it was assumed that the two schemes would work together, planting 2,000 hectares a year. So if there was other planting going on, that would be within a 40-year timeframe. But then we have our current strategic plan, which states that by 2050, all highly erodible land will be under tree cover. I wasn't in the room when that statement was conceived, and as someone who's accused of being a little too detail-focused sometimes, that does cause me some anxiety. So we have thousands of hectares of wind erodible soils, we've got sand dunes, we've got indigenous tussock country, braided rivers, all of which are highly erodible, but we're not going to advocate that they all be planted in trees. However, if you were to take the intent of that statement, or what I believe would be that all highly erodible farmed hill country is managed under best practice for soil conservation, then yes, those water quality outcomes would be achievable by 2050. The science has moved on. LiDAR's a game changer for us. We can get a much more accurate picture, take a more strategic and catchment-based approach to how we deliver the program. Second question, what is treatment and how effective is pole planting and other mitigations? So treatment simply refers to the direct footprint of an erosion control project. We say that land's under treatment rather than completed because we know that it's going to take a good 5 years at least until those plantings provide some erosion control. We record treatment as a georeference polygon. It's not perfect. It doesn't necessarily capture the whole area that receives benefit, and it certainly doesn't capture any work that's happened prior to or independent of the ECS, and that raises a really good point because we're not starting from zero. There's been generations of good soil conservation work that's been achieved prior to now. Again, those new tools will help us to better capture and benchmark land use change that's occurred outside of the scheme. I included a table there on it, just showing the relative effectiveness of different erosion control mitigations. The caveat there being that they're based on optimal establishment and probably not being at ground zero of an apocalyptic cyclone event. Next question, I was asked to provide some context around waterways, fenced and retired. And I have this recurring nightmare where I'm in a council meeting and I've just told everybody that we've protected 360 kilometres of waterway, and someone says, well, that's great, Warwick, but how much have you got left to do? We collected these figures as a means to leverage close to $2 million of MFE funding toward a shovel-ready riparian project. We thought there was merit in continuing to report those numbers. It's a good news story. It represents a much higher level of protection than we'd get from simply stock exclusion. But at this stage, there's not an actual target to report against. So we know that a lot of stream bank erosion is natural, not necessarily treatable through riparian management or through bioengineering, especially in those higher order rivers and streams. Unfortunately, riparian management is also regarded as one of the less effective erosion control mitigations, especially, and in the context of our work, you might consider it an ambulance at the bottom of the cliff. But we do know that we get all these other good biodiversity benefits from riparian management. I'm excited by the development of new tools that will help us to identify and quantify what's natural, what's treatable, and that would give us some measurable context to report against and, yeah, help me to sleep better at night. What is the justification behind a $30 million investment in the ECS over 10 years? We acknowledge that there are varying rates of private and public benefit to soil conservation work. There's been some good research done quantifying market and non-market values as a basis for applying soil conservation grants. So through the ECS, we're wanting to target that segment where there's a high public, a high environmental value, but a disproportionately high cost to the landowner. Obviously, there's a lot of potential too in that market mechanism space, and this is where we'd be wanting to have more influence through a Land for Life type program. I've talked previously about the leveraging power of the ECS. International studies showing that for every dollar spent on soil conservation, the benefits can be 5 times greater. So if we're already leveraging $1 for every dollar that we invest, that would put that figure closer to 10. We've also got catchment groups like the Porongahau, Wangangoro, that have been able to get matched government funding by leveraging against the erosion control work and other business as usual that's happening in their catchments. Why are we doing this? Well, we have the statutory obligations under the NES for freshwater management, and these are unlikely to go away with any RMA reforms. There's a need for both regulatory and non-regulatory mechanisms to achieve water quality aspirations, and erosion-derived sediment is not something that you can easily or effectively regulate against. Also, we tend to talk a lot about sediment as being a water quality issue, but the cyclone showed us that the enormous impact of sediment on land, not least the destruction of property and infrastructure, reducing the capacity of our flood control systems. So in addition to Darren's comment up there, I spoke to a farmer in Bayview recently who was telling me that while he got significant damage to his hill country, all of his cost and time to date has been in fixing up his flats. Why are we doing this? I've used this image before, or is it working? Sorry. I've used this image before to show the extent of our engagement over the highly erodible layer. So we're getting good coverage, we're getting good uptake, but under no illusion that there's still plenty of work to do. A lot of these farms will be just starting out on their soil conservation journey. We're not going to achieve those strategic plan levels of planting through the erosion control scheme alone. Also, we know that the erosion control scheme has had to adapt and pivot. What I mean by that, earlier on we had that focus on fencing so that we could leverage that MFE funding. We've had some good years, we've had some bad years. We've had the shortage of poplar poles, which has meant that we've been able to invest a lot more in native planting on some of our rural marginal land, but consequently that total treatment area would be a lot smaller. So yes, we can improve, particularly when we have strong evidence-based science to guide the program and to make defendable decisions on where we target that effort. Apologies, I did just sneak this slide in last minute. I wanted to be able to illustrate when we might see some measurable change that we could attribute to the erosion control scheme. So the ISCO water samplers were deployed shortly after the scheme began. We know that it'll take 5 years before we see some benefit from plantings. So theoretically, we might have started to see some changes, particularly in those smaller, more active catchments like the Hawea, had the cyclone not taken out a whole lot of those samplers. It does highlight the importance of having continuous long-term monitoring to be able to establish reliable trends, but I'll let our scientists talk more about that. Should we be doing something else? It's probably not doing something else, but what else are we doing? We provide a lot of advice and non-financial support to landowners, often through our extension with catchment groups and the primary industry. We've been supporting research, both through the CRIs and on-farm trials and research. Cross-council collaboration. We've had some really fantastic alignment with our biodiversity team, but we've also worked closely with our consents and regulation teams on issues such as intensive winter grazing and the Tuki plan implementation. What else could we be doing? We've talked about that opportunity in the commercial space through Land for Life. We could be doing more in the riparian planting, wetland enhancement, some of those edge of field methods. And it would be great to have more investment in that, in those monitoring and benchmarking technologies. So working toward that 2050 target, regardless of whether or not it's actually achievable to plant trees on all of the region's highly erodible land. With the current momentum and continued sustained investment, erosion risk would be greatly reduced across the region, and we'd see those measurable improvements in our most impacted waterways. The need to financially incentivise erosion control would be greatly reduced or targeted to specific areas. There's always going to be a need for affordable, high-quality soil conservation planting material, and we won't have done ourselves out of a job completely. There's still going to be a need for that specialist erosion knowledge, but our team would have more capacity to commit to other emerging land and water challenges. Finally, the ability to track and monitor land use change through remote sensing, machine learning will continue to improve, and ideally that will be in parallel with robust in-stream sediment monitoring so that we can chart that journey along the way. Hopefully I've sped through that and allowed plenty of time for questions. Nō reira, kia ora tātou katoa.
Thank you, Warwick, and yes, we appreciate that we've put you under pressure to speed through things. Speaking of speed, could I ask councillors to stick to questions for now? So if you've got a question for Warwick on this paper, it is pretty... Of course, Councillor Curtin.
Just a very quick question, Warwick. Our 2050 strategic plan goal was 50% fewer contaminants from urban and rural environments into receiving bodies. Is that the right measure to be looking at? It seems to me that we should be focusing on sediment as opposed to fewer contaminants.
Thank you, Councillor Curtin. Yes, my understanding is that that's across the board, and that that sediment does allude to our programs, but that particular strategic goal is across all of Council's programs.
Councillor Harding.
Kia ora, Chair. Two quick questions, please, for Warwick. Firstly, of the 5,000 or so hectares been treated so far, how much of that survived the cyclone mostly intact, please? Second question is, looking at and really appreciate the diagrams, I think it's para 37, that show the relationship between the SEDNet modelled area that we need to treat versus the actual reality. So, Warwick, that's really helpful to understand that. So I just wonder, based on other papers we have today and based on our finer spatial knowledge, is there an opportunity, or would it be helpful for us to restate that 250,000 target and refine that, because it overstates, as you pointed out, it overstates the problem, and it doesn't give us a realistic target. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harding. Anecdotally, we know that a lot of our work did survive the cyclone. It was only the most recent stuff and quite a bit of fencing that was damaged. I understand that that is all sort of re-established now. Your second question, that raises a really good point, and I've brought that slide back up just to show the original sediment modelling in that bottom photograph that shows an area of highly erodible land. Then one of our team went out there and did some erosion planning. You can see the area that they recommended to be planted. So definitely we've got the data and we've got the tools to do much better modelling now.
Just make a comment here.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Richard.
Just further to Warwick's explanation there, I think what we're seeing, and particularly the increasing use of precision agriculture right across our pastoral systems, and this is an example there with the identification of highly erodible land, and by being precision about our targeted treatment areas, we're being a lot more efficient in terms of what is the area that you actually need to treat, as opposed to 10, 15, 20 years ago of going out there and doing blanket treatment. And this was the thread we were connecting together with these various papers in terms of, as you increase your awareness and understanding and apply a precision lens across intervention or treatments, it enables you to be significantly more efficient about what you actually do intervene on, as opposed to just taking a blanket approach.
Very quickly, Councillor Williams.
Yeah, thank you. Look, bearing in mind the information we got earlier from Hugh, I think it was sort of 10, 15, 24% reduction in sediment. How does that stack up with paragraph 22 of the paper referring to Basher suggesting 90 to 70% reduction in erosion and reducing from 1,000 kilograms per hectare to, 100, 90% reduction. So how do those two things stack up?
Yes. Thank you, Councillor Williams. It was really interesting to hear that paper. As he highlighted, they were existing trees. They weren't necessarily strategic trees that had been planted for erosion control. So the research that I'm referring to is optimal planting for soil conservation.
Which is what he was saying that paper will help us deliver in future. Yes. Thank you.
Exactly. Now I'm aware that I'm putting particularly Councillor Curtin under pressure to be concise. My plan, if you're willing to play with me, is to move the recommendation, ask Dr. Ashton to present his paper, and then perhaps we could have a bit of a generic discussion around all 4 papers that we've been presented, because you're already starting to see how they all interconnect, if that would be a useful way of doing that. So could I have, please, a recommendation to receive the staff paper, receive and note the staff paper, which is the erosion control scheme, the soil conservation in Hawke's Bay, what's the end game paper. Could I have a mover, please? Thank you, Will, and a seconder, please. Thank you, Councillor Hokianga. All those in favour?
Aye.
And against?
Aye.
Carried. Warwick, would you mind just staying there for a bit, and we'll have, I think it's only 10 minutes from Dr. Ashton on his research, and then perhaps we can draw it all together. I'm sure people will have more questions for you, Warwick. So, Richard, are you going to...
I just invite Ashton to come forward, and I think is Hugh joining us again?
Yes, we've got him online there, so it's quite good.
Excellent. Cool.
So again, this is a piece of research that we were kind of missing from the puzzle that we had from the LIDAR partnership project that we presented on last year. We had the landslide susceptibility layer delivered to us by Dr. Hugh Smith at Manaaki Whenua, but we really needed to know, what was that connectivity to waterways? And Councillor Van Beek brought it up earlier, how and where is all of the sediment coming from that ends up in the marine area? So this will go some way to answering that question.
Yeah.
So this research was funded by the land science team at a cost of $41,000 alongside another deliverable of a topographical wetness index, which is also another tool we have to look at areas of particularly damp or high soil moisture. We have it now hosted publicly, so at the end of today I will share it with the group so you can actually go in there into ArcGIS and have a look at this layer and go to your own property, see what it looks like, and really delve into it and pick it apart and see what you think. Without any further ado, I'll hand over to Dr. Hugh Smith to explain the landslide connectivity and susceptibility model.
Thanks, Ashton. So I'll just share my screen again and take you through a short presentation looking at landslide connectivity to waterways. So what do we mean by connectivity? Well, it's referring to the intersection of landslide debris or sediment with the channel network. As you can see in this photo, some areas produce landslides that can easily connect to the stream and deliver loads of sediment, but others produce landslides that do not. And ultimately, the difference between the two is quite important to understanding downstream impacts. So by bringing together an understanding of both landslide susceptibility and connectivity, we're better able to assess where to target erosion control to reduce downstream sedimentation, improve water quality, and hopefully limit future storm damage. This requires a modelling-based approach, but ultimately it's driven by the quality of data that we have. LiDAR has been a game changer, and it's enabled us to do high-resolution modelling in combination with large amounts of landslide data that we've collected over a number of years now, including in Hawke's Bay, where we've probably got the most landslide data of any region in the country. What we're trying to achieve here is to produce two layers and then combine them. As Ashton alluded to, landslide susceptibility was modelled using a LiDAR-derived DM for the region as part of the partnership project, and that's been shared and made available. Landslide susceptibility is expressing the spatial probability of future landslide occurrence given local environmental conditions, whereas landslide connectivity, again, it's a spatial layer, expresses the probability that runout from a landslide at a given location may reach the channel network. So both models, which are independent, are predicting where landslides may occur in the future, not when. And to do this, we need a number of layers, as you can see here as an example, as well as extensive data on landslides and their runout spatially. And then we relate those layers to the data that we possess to train models that are able to classify locations as being either stable or unstable if it's landslide susceptibility, or likely to connect or not connect if it's a landslide connectivity model. Now, I've presented this slide previously to you when I talked to the partnership program work looking at landslide susceptibility, but I'm just recapping it here because it relates to what I'll present subsequently. In 2020, we provided a layer for the region on landslide susceptibility, but it was based on the national 15-metre DM. With the LiDAR survey and a higher resolution, more accurate topographic data, we're able to produce a better quality model with significantly enhanced predictive performance and with a lot more landslide data underpinning it. And that's produced a better high resolution spatial predictions. And you can see that in the numbers here. AUC is a metric of performance, a value of 1.0 is perfect classification by the model. It's gone from 0.75 to 0.91. Likewise, accuracy is improved significantly. So the upgraded model, which has more data and is based on a LiDAR digital elevation model, is much improved. Now, we've undertaken a not dissimilar approach with landslide connectivity. In other words, it's a statistically based, data-driven model. It's as good as the underlying data. And for landslide connectivity, we have higher data demands. We need not just to know the location of the landslide scar, but also the runout distance and have mapping data on that tail or deposit. When the model was initially developed, it was a prototype. It had limited data and it had no data from Hawke's Bay. Subsequently, we've had the chance to collect a lot more data in Hawke's Bay and to train the model, test different model variants. We've published the work, which was part of a different program, but relates to the model that we've applied in the Hawke's Bay region. And we've shown a significant improvement in model performance compared to the early work. So we have now two well-trained, well-developed models underpinned by high-quality data, as well as the LiDAR digital elevation model. We need to bring these layers together. And so this slide's just giving you a quick visualization of what I'm going to talk to in the next couple of slides. Just zooming on a particular area, lots of landslides, we can see the susceptibility pattern, we can see the connectivity pattern, but in both cases, these layers express a probability, a spatial probability, value between 0 and 1. 1 or near 1 is a higher likelihood of either failure occurring or run out reaching a stream. But what we want to get to is this class-based layer that we've ultimately delivered, and I'm going to explain a little how we do that. So susceptibility first. What we delivered previously was a probability layer as well as a class-based layer. And classes, in this case, say high, moderate, low, are easier to understand and comprehend and interpret. They are subjective, however, and so it's important that we have some underlying quantitative basis for deriving a high class. So to do that, we took all the landslide data we had, we ranked it, and we took the top 80% as being the cutoff for land classified as high. In other words, that high class land contains 80% of our mapped landslides. Moderate contains the next 15%, and low the remaining 5%. So high, in this case, very much equates to land that produces most of the landslides that we have in our database. Moderate produces some, and low relatively few. Again, the concept is the same with the connectivity layer. We have probability information, and we want to express that in qualitative terms using a class-based description, and that's, in our view, easier to interpret. And a similar approach was adopted whereby the top 80% of landslides that ultimately connect to a stream are included in the high class. So in other words, we reclassify those probabilities into high, moderate, low according to this 80, 15, and 5% split. And what that allows us to do is bring these two independent layers together into what's we've described as a combined landslide susceptibility and connectivity layer that is based on this combination of classes, high, moderate, low susceptibility, high, moderate, low connectivity. And as you can see here, which is the layer we produce for the region, and then zooming in on a particular area, it produces a matrix of colors that allow us to prioritize potentially different areas for targeting of treatments, or to use this information potentially as a basis to inform land use zoning, for example. For the Hawke's Bay region, if we look at, say, perhaps the most challenging land, in other words, land that is both highly susceptible and highly likely to connect, or at least moderately susceptible to landslides, but also highly likely to connect, we see that it equates to approximately 10% of the region. And I think this is sort of promising in the sense that it shows the problem is not intractable. It's a very big region. There's lots of areas that do produce landslides, but those areas that potentially produce by far and away the most landslides in the long term, and by that I mean over many decades, over many storms, is actually around 10%. And that may be an achievable area to particularly focus targeting on of tree planting in the first instance. So we view this layer as helping inform those decisions going forward. So some key messages to take away really are, well, firstly, we don't have any landslide data from Cyclone Gabrielle in this model, but the advantage of that is we've been able to use the Gabrielle data, which was collected subsequently, to test the model. And actually, most of the mapped Gabrielle landslides that connect to streams do occur in high connectivity class, which is good to see. As I've said, we see these layers, and in particular, this combined class-based layer is providing a basis for future targeting and possibly land use zoning decisions. The equivalent layers have been provided to Gisborne District Council, who are using it as part of their Overlay 3B planning. In both cases, in both regions, LiDAR has been a game changer in terms of providing high resolution topographic information, enabling us to produce better quality models that have good predictive performance and which produce ultimately high resolution maps for use in planning. So thanks for your attention, and I'll happily take any questions.
Lovely. Thank you, Dr. Hugh. Any questions for Dr. Hugh? It does seem quite intuitive, doesn't it, of how this all fits together, and particularly we've been taken on a bit of a journey. Members. So how about, thank you, Dr. Hugh, you've done such a fabulous job. There aren't direct questions. How about we do the recommendation, and then we'll come back to some discussion across our 4 research papers before we move into some so-whats. So the recommendation for us is to just receive and to note the connectivity to landslides, of landslides to waterways. The staff report, can we have a mover for that, please? Mover and seconder, Councillor Williams. Thank you. And all in favour? Aye. Thank you. Against?
Aye.
Was that a...
I think Councillor Harding's voted.
Delay, yeah.
Oh, was it an aye?
I think it's a delay. Can we just confirm that's not a no on screen? Gone back to sleep now. I think it was just a delay in the response.
No, it was just a delay, sorry.
I thought you'd voted no to the last one too.
Yeah, I did too. I wondered about that.
Must be having a grumpy day.
We'll have those.
We don't. Well, no, we don't. So, councillors, committee members, we have been presented with 4 different papers that have taken us on this journey, drilling down into the impacts on our marine life at the bottom, and how dreadful the impacts are and how wide-reaching those are, through to where the sediment comes from, how it gets into the waterways, and some of the research that's showing us how we might work to prevent that, being science-based. We've been trying to address the questions that have been posed. Actually, particularly Councillor Curtin has been fairly clear about wanting to understand HBRC role, the investment that we've made, how effective it is, and what we need to be doing differently. So, Richard, would you like to round us out, and then we might just have a brief discussion while we've got Warwick here, we've got Dr. Ashton here, we've still got our team from earlier this morning. We've got about 5 minutes because I'm going to rejiggle that, and then we'll move on to some more of what we are doing with our guests from Future Farming Trust and Land for Life.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess really I just, in trying to bring this together, I think one of the things for myself as being a recent intervention in this process is the importance of clarity of the outcomes being targeted at a very early days. You know, we have to be really clear on what it is that we're actually seeking to do. And I guess it's also a demonstration, the work that we're seeing is the increase in flexibility and agility to deliver interventions which contribute. So we're seeing an increase in the use of precision technology, whether it be increasing accuracy of LiDAR, the new science, the new tools. We're only just starting to see what the application of AI can actually contribute to our work in this space. So the key thing for me is actually making sure that we have clarity about what it is that we're actually seeking to do. I think it also presents us with increased opportunity to think about the future in a more precision basis. So the last paper helped narrow us down in terms of saying what are the areas that we really need to be targeting and focusing on to have the biggest impact. And so working through a more targeted approach and thinking about what our interventions look like in that environment. I do come back to this flexibility and agility because there's no greater lesson than the last 2 years than the need to be agile and flexible in terms of the challenges that get put in front of us and the way that we actually respond to them. So from a land management perspective, it's how do we actually respond to those challenges that have been put in front of us. So, keen to continue the dialogue. I think from a measurement of outcomes basis, we do need to develop more objective measurement tools rather than relying on subjective assessment. And that's part of the journey that we are on at the moment in terms of developing and identifying those objective tools that are more available not only to us inside of the building, but all of our stakeholders across, because the intervening projects we've seen, particularly from Mana Hariri, in terms of the work that's going to be done, how can we actually provide the information, knowledge and tools to actually better measure the success of these things. So, yeah, that's I guess, my introduction.
Thank you. And of course there is the deeply connected interface with all the other people who are on the land doing it, our farmers, our catchment groups are all rallying their troops. So, Councillor, there's a chance for you to have Councillor Curtin and I cut you off if you've got further points you wanted to make with Warwick and Ashton. I'll invite you just to have comments if you'd like. If you think it's all gone in and it all makes perfect sense, very happy to move along too.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Richard, for helping to summarise the last presentations. I think at the back of my mind is how do we action some of this really good data and information? And I think of Land for Life, which we've got the update to come. And actually, how has all that information changed the Land for Life program, given that we are looking at highly erodible land? Now we're saying, should highly erodible measures look differently? And how does that impact the program and the criteria for the program? Because that's where a lot of the solutions are going to come from, right? And our state of the environment reporting.
Yep.
That leads into our possibly new RM reform, spatial planning. So that's just at the back of my mind how I've been able to compute all that great information and data. Now what can we do with it?
And that's the key, isn't it?
That's the
the
key.
now what?
Yeah, and that was kind of my point. I mean, the obvious point is that we focus on the red bits of the matrix of high susceptibility, high connectivity, right, to get the 90% rather than the 10%. But we've got a $30 million scheme that, as I understand it, if a farmer puts up their hand, we fund it. So how do we align policy and implementation and the identification of the 100 farms within Land for Life to those red hot spots? Catchment groups come to us, farmers come to us. Do we need to be more strategic in our selection, or are we already doing that? Objectively rather than subjectively.
Could I ask, Richard, could you just give us a 1 minute, or literally 1 minute? Farmer puts their hands up, we fund it. It's actually a bit more than that. Can you give us the 1 minute actually what does happen?
I'm not sure I'm the right person to
I do it then?
answer that. But
Shall I do it?
I can.
By way of disclaimer, I am one of those farmers.
Land for
So
Life.
we are, no, not the Land for Life, the erosion control. Yeah. The catchment manager comes on farm, we have a discussion around the highly erodible soils, not necessarily around interconnecting with waterways, but with this new information, that's another tool to drive it around that. The focus is around farmers' aspirations. It might be stabilising some key infrastructure, a track or a set of yards that's got some slipping, where to put the trees, the species that's going to work best. The land manager actually does up a plan, and once those trees have gone in at that, and supplies the trees, once it's gone in, they use, is it called MAPI? Yes. Marks QRS, not QRS, GPSs, where they are, that goes back in. When that arrives back in this building, the cash gets paid out. So if you go and put those trees up your driveway to make your mailbox look pretty, you probably won't get the money. It is very targeted. But these reports supply good information that I would be expecting our land management team to be having that conversation with the farmer and saying, yes, we've got all these areas, but hey, we've also got this other really important, because you can't do everything at once. And we can, by putting them in this location, we can reduce that sediment into our waterway, which is a key driver. Does that help?
Yeah. Just and sorry. Just to add precision on that, the contribution to funding, not.
Oh yeah, they're not paying for the whole lot.
Not paying for the whole lot. So
it's a small cost.
It's a contribution to the funding, and it is actually using precision tools already to identify those areas that are most.
It's more about the availability of the plant. Yeah.
Right.
Dr. Asher, do you want to?
Yeah, can I make a further comment? So we don't only help farmers here with this particular modelling, we're also going to be helping forestries, because generally when they have a harvest, they have a window of vulnerability between 2 to 7 years where the landslide susceptibility and connectivity is really high. So we've already been working with consents and compliance, showing them this new tool and said, can you please talk to the landowners and say, these are the areas that you really need to target for mitigations. So yeah, there's a big piece here I think we also need to work through with forestry on best practice. So that's why I sort of brought up that Gisborne example of overlay 3B. Are we interested in looking at that particular issue?
I think that's probably a discussion for another day.
Yeah.
In fact, it's definitely a discussion for another day. Can we go to Jock first, followed by Zane? Just rounding out comments. Thanks, lads.
Yep, the overwhelming theme for me in all this is we're in a really good situation of being rich in information, and more recently and particularly that relates to our ability to prioritise what to do and where. And so I don't so that's fantastic. As far as the implementation of it is concerned, actually a good chunk of that comes via existing mechanisms, in particular Land for Life. So for me, our absolute focus from now on should be on the doing side of it and using that information.
Councillor Harding.
Kia ora, Chair. To summarise, trees work. Lots of trees together work much better than one or two trees dotted around the place. We need more trees. We've got much better data now than when we started in 2018 on this journey about where to put them, right? So, and the key constant in what we've been talking about today is data, information to inform action. That we own that. That is our council's core business. How that gets interpreted into action is where we have to look harder than we're currently looking. So we are the change agent. We don't have to be the doing agent. Our whole approach is around the presumption that we have to be the doer. And that's where we fall down in terms of our ability to operate at scale and have the degree of effect that we need to. We need to step back and give up this idea that we have to touch everything. I've been guilty of doing some really poor maths and taking our whole sustainable land management budget and dividing it by the number of poles that we plant and saying it costs $400 or $600 a pole to plant these our key defence for our soils in our productive hill country. That's a terrible way of doing it, but it illustrates the point that we have a really administration-heavy, audit-heavy system because we have to do it and we have to justify. We need to rethink that. We need to think first and foremost of us being the providers of really refined data about what needs to be done and give up this idea that we have to touch every tree. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Foley.
Thanks, Chair. I think, look, well done, Rich and the team on today on, like, we're just wiser and more experienced with years that have gone by the cyclone and data collected. But my summation is, and Richard touched on it there, is the clarity and targeted. So I'm not going to sleep tonight knowing that the work that we outputs from this table keeps Warwick up at night. So our strategy, which is well overdue for reviewing after all of that stuff that's happened now, should be clear, it should be targeted, and it should empower Richard and Warwick and the team to go out there and know exactly what they're doing. But it was highlighted today exactly that strategy is not clear. Cover all erodible land, which Warwick pointed out, is not actually that prudent or feasible. And Councillor Curtin raised the point too, is it could be clearer, and there's some confusion around what this actual strategy means. So to me, start at the top and empower our staff to go and do the work.
Fabulous. Thank you very much, Councillor Foley. And yes, thank you to the team who've put all those papers together. Councillor Curtin, would you like to round us out for this section?
Oh, look, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd love to.
If you could keep it very brief, that would
I
be
will,
much
very brief. Very brief. I think the thing for me is the growing body of data that we're getting and the growing body of knowledge, and not only data but knowledge around this. And I go to your point, and you've sort of articulated for me part of the problem. I'm sorry to push it back to you like this. Even if we had 100 farmers of your ilk, very dedicated, committed farmers who are wanting to do this thing, we need to be certain that those farmers are in the right place, that we're targeting that resource in the right way. I think we ought to be as agnostic as we can be in terms of deciding where to put these things and or what strategies to use. If, for example, it's about having tree cover, forestation cover, we ought to be saying that. If it's about retiring the most vulnerable pieces of land, we ought to say that and target that. So to me, it's we have tended to be somewhat focused, and I would suggest even biased towards current land use, that is pastoral farming use, without examining where the best bangs for bucks really are. So that's my point here, is that we use the information, use the knowledge, and go out and do it. We've got such little resource to work with, we can't afford to do anything else except to be extremely targeted, and we need to get down to the measure, and this is where my concern has been over a long period of time around this table, is to use sediment loading, sediment production as the measure. Let's focus on that and say, let's try and stop. That's what we're trying to do. How do we stop that? Other than going down a number of, I think, rabbit holes around it. So that's how I currently see it, and I'm very pleased to see more and more knowledge being contributing towards where we're heading.
Absolutely agree, and I think we have the mechanisms to do that by our land management team utilising the information that we've pulled together. I would like to, we've received and done both those papers. I'd like to, first day in the chair, and I'm going to start moving the agenda around. I'm very aware that we've got our guest from the Hawke's Bay Future Farming Trust with us. If we could, Phil, are you okay to come forward with your report, please? Thank you very much, Ashton, Warwick team. Thank you, Paula. I appreciate the work that you've all put in behind the scenes to bring us that. I just thought if we, sorry, Chris, I've actually sent your staff away over your head. I was going like that.
That's
because
okay.
We thought these two, I told them to come back in half an hour. These two, the Future Farming Trust and the Land for Life, are the so what of what we've received this morning. So I thought if we could go straight on to their presentations, and we'll come back to the IRG flood control, which is sort of definitely the ambulance at the bottom of the hill.
So Nick will introduce IRG.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Safe travels. Yeah, I did talk to over Pennywise Head, the staff behind you. Yeah, apologies for shifting the agenda. It just makes a lot of sense. Fabulous to have you, Phil, with us here as chair of the Hawke's Bay Future Farming Trust to present your annual report, and welcome to Scott. Lovely also to have you here supporting this. Now, we have had the benefit of reading your slides already, so if you could keep them, preferably pick out some highlights. Sure. And we're going to follow on from your report with an update on the Land for Life, so it's juicily close to having that segue. The reason I feel a really strong connection with the work that the Future Farming Trust does is their whole reason for living and excitement is around managing soil, around the soil health, around soil carbon, retaining water, making our grassy bits of our farms and our hort sector absolutely sustainable financially and environmentally. So welcome, gentlemen. Looking forward to your end-of-year report on what you did last year.
Thanks, Di. I don't need to say anything. You've covered it all.
So when you've only got like 10 minutes, if that's okay.
Okay, all good. This is just a call to action, really, and probably the reasons that the Regional Council established us in the first place. Farmers' social licence to do farming. There's all sorts of issues in the public eye, and I've just listed a few of them there. This is an update on our trustees. They've changed a bit in the last 12 months, and we have a trust of experienced farmers, experienced and knowledgeable farmers.
And horticulturalists.
And horticulturalists. Our mission and vision has not changed in the last few years, but we do aim to promote and inspire and celebrate profitable farming that enriches the environment and is healthy for our farming communities. We did a rethink of our strategic plan over 2024 with our new trustees, and that's what our this is what our strategic plan looks like. the fundamental thing being soil and water being the key. So healthy soils mean healthy plants, healthy animals and healthy farming communities. We wish to develop a self-sustaining financial model, and we continue to work towards that. And we wish to enhance our profile and engagement in the communities while working mainly behind the farm gates. We've got two main pillars, with the first one's outcome to be productivity that minimises input and environmental footprint. And we wish to continue to champion the growth of soil carbon, because a healthy soil acts like a sponge, reduces the water rushing off our hill country, it sequesters carbon, and therefore goes a long way towards minimising greenhouse gas emissions from our farms. These are our projects. On the left, the carbon positive project, which I'll describe in a little bit of detail, and a carbon farming project or long grass farming with diverse pastures, which really does drive us towards having a healthy soil. We have farmer workshops. We promote and support smart technology on farms. Our website, our monthly newsletter, our social media are all getting more and more activity. We changed away from Belford Communications during the last year, and now we're working with a new supplier who's putting new stuff up every week for us. I'll talk a bit about the Carbon Positive project because this is a great example of collaboration between the Regional Council, MPI, Hines, Waddies and McCain's and the Hastings District Council. They're the main funders of this work. It's a 6-year project, $3 million being spent, and we're halfway through. The experiment is being run at the Landwise micro farm. So Landwise is our science partner and doing the research for us under our supervision. We've got 3 treatments, current best practice. So we're growing either a crop for Hines or McCain's each year. And current best practice is what Mr. Bostock or Mr. Apatu would be doing when he was growing his crop. It's driven by the agronomists that work for either Hines or McCain's, and it's modern best practice, so high input, high output, and we would say high impact. Hybrid is a treatment that we've thrown in, which is cherry picking the management of the conventional practices and the regenerative practices that we're practicing on the regen treatment. The regenerative treatment is where we're really focusing on trying to improve soil health. So we're reimagining the status quo, we're reducing synthetic inputs, ag chem, fertiliser, and we're looking to long-term improve soil health, plant health, while maintaining a profitable cropping system. This is to remind us that we're using normal farm equipment on a little crop size, little farmlet size experiment. So anything that we're doing on our little wee plots has to be done on a 20 hectare or a 200 hectare farm as well. The measurements that we're taking are evolving, but the key measurement at the start was how much carbon have we got in the soil. And we're now measuring twice a year soil labile carbon or hot water carbon. We're looking at the soil structure using the visual soil assessment. We're looking at fertility using normal nutrient tests. A new thing that we're assessing all the time is the EIQ of the inputs on the farming system. This is a Cornell University structured measure of fungicides, insecticides and herbicides. How much impact do they have on the environment? And then, of course, we're measuring our crop yield, the quality, how much money we're making out of each crop that we grow. This is to remind us about the 5 key principles of regenerative agriculture that we're trying to follow on the regen treatment. Minimising disturbance, maximising diversity, keeping the soil covered at all times, keeping living roots in the soil as long in the year as we can, and where possible, integrating livestock. We're now halfway through the 6-year experiment. That's our rotation to date, and we now have a plan of what we're going to grow for the next 3 years. This allows us to plan the cover crop, because the key to the regenerative treatment is what we're growing in between each cash crop and how we terminate that when we come to planting our cash crop. Our activities over the last 12 months were workshops that we held with a vet from the South Island, who's also now chair of Quorum Sense, Beck Smith. She came and talked to farmers about soil health and the importance of soil health, plant health and animal health. And we had a second round of our Healthy Soils, Healthy Profits event at Toitoi, where the new Minister of Agriculture, Todd McClay, spoke by Zoom because his plane didn't take off from Wellington.
Good.
Here's my presentation. I'm now after questions.
Beautiful. So any questions for the Hawke's Bay Future Farming Trust for Phil? Martin.
Great. Great to have you both with us, Scott and Phil. Hey, Phil, can you go back before to one of your slides that had 90 centimetres just above the EIC bullet point, which I thought was a lovely, or EIQ bullet point, which is a lovely integration of IQ and EQ. Just going to ask you what that was about. Yeah, soil organic carbon 90 centimetres every 3 years. Is that what you're averaging? You're getting? So just tell me what does that mean?
This is to reiterate that when we're measuring soil carbon, we're measuring it to 90 centimetres.
Oh, you go down that deep with your, and then you do it once every 3 years.
We're only doing it every 3 years because we're trying to detect a change, and the change in soil carbon takes a while. So we expect to be able to measure change after 3 years, or we hope to be able to measure change after 3 years.
But this really is a return to science, fact-based, rather than just trying to, it feels right, should be right.
And 90 centimetres is important. Other work that the Trust has done has measured soil carbon on a group of dairy farms in Pātaka, which I presented to you last year. And we found that we measured to 60 centimetres at that stage, and we're amazed at the amount of soil carbon that's in the 30 to 60 centimetre measure. We found that when we went even deeper, there's soil carbon below that too. So nowadays we're saying that if we're measuring soil carbon, let's measure the whole rhizosphere, so the whole area where plant roots are going. And in this case, it's 90 centimetres. Globally, countries report to the IPCC on soil carbon to 30 centimetres. But if we're trying to affect change and measure change, 30 centimetres isn't deep enough.
Thank you. Councillor, did you want to?
Just one quick one. Phil, Scott, how you get on with the livestock grazing project? Because I think today we've heard so much, it's all about trees, and it's not. It's how do we manage our livestock better so that our pastures can be as conducive to minimising erosion as much as trees, because there's
so in the context of this experiment, we're actually choosing not to include livestock on the cropland.
Sorry, I was
on
mening the other
regen
project.
treatment. But out on the pasture land, obviously livestock and long diverse pastures are the key to improving soil health. And so how do we manage livestock? Very carefully on our pastures so we can maintain diversity and minimise harm to the soil.
But you've brought Andrew on board, who's
Sure.
really experienced in the long grass farming space, so it's been really helpful. Councillor Curtin.
Yeah, just very briefly, going to your pillars, going to where you started for the strategic pillars there, you've heard that council is probably a primary thrust is around sediment. Did you consider aligning your pillars, strategic pillars, with sediment reduction? Is that something that you ought to include in terms of future farming?
It's a really good point that you make, Neil. But the way we address that is through our involvement with catchment groups and pastoral farming operations. And in a long grass, diverse pasture farming business, sediment loss is markedly reduced. There's plenty of science to show that. What we've got to do is educate farmers in how to do that.
You see, you've got your two pillars there. Don't reflect the notion around sediment loss.
They probably oversimplify the importance of soil health and the growth of soil carbon.
But what I'm suggesting, though, is that I would like to see Future Farming Trust closely align with the goals and objectives of the council, going to Councillor Harding's position that we in the future we may look at external entities looking to push this barrow for us. If we said, look, here's $1 million to do this, but the focus is on that sediment reduction, is that something worth considering or reconsidering for?
Sure, we'd grab the $1 million with two hands and we would help you design farming systems that'll reduce sediment loss, not only by planting trees, but by having a wise use of the pastoral parts of the farm.
Which is probably a beautiful segue.
And Phil,
sorry, guys.
Yeah, I just chip in here and say that actually preserving soil and thus stopping sediment, keeping soil in place is implicit in building soil carbon. You can't build soil carbon if you're exporting it constantly. So it's a very good point though you make, Councillor Curtin, that we could make that explicit and target it more explicitly as well. Thank you.
I think that is a great segue, though, into our Land for Life project, given that the Future Farming Trust is very much focused on helping in the education space of managing our grassy parts of the farm to be good at retaining water and staying in place, and the Land for Life is very much about the other parts. So together there is a sweet spot there, and we're looking forward to how that might interface as we go forward. I would like, we'll go to the recommendation, which is to receive and note the Hawke's Bay Future Farming Trust annual report. Could I have a move? Thank you, Councillor Williams and Councillor Foley, second. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Thank you very much. Moved. Carried. I would invite you to stay, if you could, for the next few minutes, Scott and Phil, to hear. Richard's going to do a 5-minute update on Land for Life, which you're probably interested in hearing.
Thank you.
And then we will squeeze in the IRG
Oh, while you're doing
Or
that,
do you want?
you might want a 2-minute break or 5-minute break after that.
No, well, then we're done.
You were done?
We're
Yeah,
finished.
I'm just wondering if we just can't receive that
The IRG?
RG report.
Okay, should we do
I
that?
don't know, has anyone got any questions about it? Oh.
Yeah, I do.
Something to do with
Gravel.
small rocky things? Okay.
Okay, we'll just keep it a 5-minute on the gravel, okay?
But
Or I can follow up.
Or unless you wanted to do that offline, maybe.
Up to you.
Okay, let's, I'll make the decision. We're going to have a 5-minute on Land for Life with you guys still in the audience to enjoy, and then we'll see what's left over.
Okay, I'll go and get those guys back.
I did message them, so 5 minutes from now they'll be on. Thank you, Richard.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and apologies again for another monologue from me. If I could say that the Land for Life update, please note there is no presentation to this paper. This paper provides councillors with an update from when the project was launched on the 5th of December 2024. The launch celebrated a funding agreement with the Crown of $970,000 through the Sustainable Food and Fibre Futures Fund. And I guess it's just to anchor where our conversations have been today, and particularly with in relation to Hawke's Bay Future Farm Trust, is that Land for Life is a process driven and directed by the landowners themselves. It's based on a comprehensive business plan and a whole of farm system. So it's looking at the animals, the plants, the trees, the systems, the diverse enterprises, and looking at other revenue enterprises than even just trees and livestock themselves. It's considering optimal land use. So one of the things that we haven't talked about today has been missing is around land use capability and the importance of measuring and monitoring LUC mapping as part of the process. The Land for Life business plan models financial returns when applying tree planting options, like linking to finance options and implementation partners. In terms of where we're at the moment, our next steps are to engage with and learn from the 12 pilot farmers. So you will have had a number of updates on Land for Life in recent times, and the 12 pilot farmers who have been there from the beginning, we will engaging with them and learning from them. We also want to develop another 88 whole farm enterprise plans, so whole of enterprise farm plans. So this is a key deliverable as part of the SFFF funding. And we also want to validate the Land for Life model at the catchment scale with 2 catchment collectives. So again, just picking up on some of the conversations from today, thinking about it at a catchment scale, thinking about it at an enterprise scale, and again, linking to all the papers that we've had, which reflects where our impacts of our systems end up in our estuaries and our marine environment. We also need to design and test the project team for technical implementation and finance partners. And just finally, from my perspective, having recently picked this up, is our opportunity in the next few months is to understand how Land for Life can be integrated into our HBRC business operations and delivery model. So thinking more succinctly about what that looks like from a business and operational factor. So I'm more than happy to take questions. Thank you.
Question, Councillor Chair Ormsby.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair. Thanks, Richard. Okay, I've got 2 questions, and I've had many colleagues and friends say, how do I get on Land for Life? What's the criteria? So you talked about 2 catchments that you look at. How did you get to assessing those, and what catchments are they? And if you have anyone outside those catchments, what are they doing? Who do they talk to?
Good question, and there's 3 phases. So the 12 pilot farmers, the 88 farm business plans, and then we need to do 2 catchment collectives or catchment areas. We're running a process of expressions of interest to identify who those 2 might be. So we haven't chosen anyone as yet, but we'll run a process, an expressions of interest process where catchment collectives or catchment groups can put their proposal forward as to how they might participate in the Land for Life project, because what it will be looking at is for a whole of catchment plan, which is not too dissimilar, I guess, to what we've seen this morning, in terms of how do you actually take that forward, and there'll be funding made available for that catchment collective to actually undertake their catchment plan. But we will run an expressions of interest at the catchment scale for participation, and we'll develop a criteria by which people will be judged for participating.
I just wanted to sub-question that. Now, are those two catchments, so it's based on their interest, not so much the susceptibility or the red category around targeting erosion and ending up in waterways? So should we do the science first or the people first?
Yeah.
Science, haven't we?
We've done the science very well. We've heard about it today.
So we've got an opportunity at the moment of designing that EOI to actually target that in.
Right, okay.
So
And you'd have to say we'd be mad not to.
exactly.
More than mad, negligent. Or is that more
we're
than mad?
obligated to.
Yeah,
Is that more than mad?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I think.
So and just to answer you the first part of your first question, which was around individuals wanting to become involved in the Land for Life.
Yes.
So again, there is people make an application, and then we go out and we visit them in terms of actually talking about the model, because a key part of the Land for Life in this stage is that someone wanting to undertake an enterprise plan, they need to be prepared to put money into it as well.
Absolutely.
So that's almost one of the first decision criteria as to how engaged people are.
Can you let us know who we should, an email to refer on to?
Yes.
Thank you.
So you can come back to us on that. Could we have, please, the recommendation is to move and receive. Could we have a...
Only if you let me speak for a minute.
Is it going to be just 1 minute, Councillor
Yes, it
Williams?
is.
Yes.
It's really important. I've sat here for 5.5 years waiting to say this.
If you, would you like to move then, and then you'll definitely be able to...
I'll move it, yeah.
Thank you. Could we have a seconder, please?
I'll second.
Thank you. Good.
Yeah, well, look, there's lots of talk out there about tariffs at the moment, in Denmark and Europe moving to tariffs on accounting for the carbon footprint of various products. We've been pissing around for the last 20 years as a country, and it's a mild word, on what to do with carbon in relation to agriculture. And yet the evidence is smacking us in the face that regenerative land use practice is probably the most effective carbon sequestration strategy the planet has got. And where that presentation from Future Farming 2 years ago, that chap from the States, it would soak up all the carbon that's ever been released since 1950 if they did regen farming across the states. So, I just wish the government and this council would really uber and put the foot down on investing on this, that we'd start accounting for soil carbon. And I think our economy and our climate mitigation would just huge dividends and returns for that approach. So it's enormously frustrating, and it must be to be a farmer at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor
I just couldn't agree more with Councillor Williams on this. And I wonder whether it's worth pursuing handing over lock, stock and barrel our Land for Life program across to Future Farming Trust and seeing what that looks like.
Goodness, you've just put a cat among the pigeons behind you. Absolutely, and I hear you, councillors, on that there is a direct interface here, and I think that is work to be done as to how we logistically include the aspirations and the work of the Future Farming Trust. It's a discussion for another day, and one that I'm sure Richard and Dr. Nick will be thinking deeply about. Finally, we've done, I don't think we've moved, we haven't done the recommendations. All those in favour? Aye. Any against? Carried. Thank you. You've got a bit
shocker, Chair.
Of course I knew I would be. My apologies to our team from the IRG. Chris has had to leave to catch a plane. bear with us, we're going to go 5 minutes over time as Mr Casey's got a 10-minute presentation to update us on the Kanoa funded flood control, the IRG program. Mr Casey, I and Jess and
Thomas,
welcome. Could you please take the paper as read? And is there any highlights that, actually there was one thing I did note, which I'm guessing is an error on page, it's my page 43, it's item 24, where it's got WDC's walking out 300,000. I'm pretty sure that must be CHB, Apatoki?
Oh, yes.
HDC? So just, if we could just check that. Is there anything that you wanted to highlight, or can we go straight to questions?
Go straight to questions.
Fabulous, thank you very much. Councillor Foley.
Thanks for sticking with the program.
Of a sorts.
And I did have an important question, and it's not to sort of highlight the situation, but perhaps, what goes on and how do we address this situation? And it's the Makaratu River and the extraction going on there. And so from what I understand is you've got, and I'll probably get departments wrong, but you've got the gravel team saying, get on and extract the gravel. The funding's going to run out by May or whenever. Then you've got some sort of compliance team saying, no, you can't touch it because the water level's at a certain level relative to the gravel, yet it's probably been the driest couple of months we've had. And so you've got these two teams in council that from the distance seems like batting heads. How do we get these different arms to communicate better and work better together to still get the outcomes that we're all trying to achieve?
I can probably answer that. Well, there are some nuances to that in that we're there in a project delivery capacity around the gravel extraction and the tendering and managing of the contracts, but the oversight and management of the global consent for the extraction, the compliance, so that is held with our Gravels Assurance Office and compliance team. With the Makaratu there, it's a little bit unique to that spot, and that part of the river's running under the bed there. But we have actually been out this week and looked at that with all the parties and looked at some additional areas for extraction to ensure that volume still comes out. So caused a little bit of a hold up there, but it's all underway moving forward. But we're kind of putting more things in place as to how we navigate the operation of extraction. So when you go to market, we've got anticipated volumes that will come out, but until you're actually starting to extract and have machines on the ground and looking at the volumes, the numbers don't always completely line up. But, it's just about making sure we're out there on site with the right members of each team and the extractors.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions for this team? Thank you.
Kia ora team, kia ora Andrew. Hey, what are we doing gangbusters in, and what are we really behind in the IRG program?
Thomas has probably got the best view of that.
To be honest, there's not a lot we're behind in a way. Gravel's going to be fully allocated as far as our budget goes. We've got till June. So that was the 8 million, and we're already over the 800,000 cubic metre target. So it's looking at the moment that we'll probably hit just over 1 million cubic metres of gravel removed. Some of those contracts will be awarded, but then the work will actually continue past the end of June. With the revised program for the Hiratonga Plains flood control scheme, all of the packages, we did a pretty large volume of geotech and detailed design packages for stop bank upgrades. All of those are going to be delivered before the end of the program, under budget from what was originally planned, which is great. There's only one project, which was the upgrade or the recommissioning of the Moronui Golf Course stop bank, which is the one that's sort of hit some roadblocks along the way, which we're still navigating through, but that comes with an underspend. But then we are negotiating with Kanoa around repurposing the funding for that space as well.
I might just add on that one, the Moronui stop bank, and as you'll see under paragraph 28 in the table there, that is the big area of underspend for the reason that we're not going to be doing it. the problem that we struck was that the designation's in the wrong place. And that has been quite a sensitive issue with the golf club to work through. But the other thing too is that I was out on site last week with Amy Sandilands as we were just looking to restore a better relationship after a little bit of a bumpy road over the last few months. And with the golf club's plans for development there, we need to work closely with them, which we will. But the key thing is to know where that Awatoto Industrial Secondary Bank may go. Both in terms of will it happen, and if it does, what will the alignment be? Because actually, if we'd gone in and actually done something now, if the designation wasn't an issue, it could well have been that what we'd done could be partially redundant if that Awatoto Secondary Bank goes in. So in a peculiar way, it's probably not a bad thing that we haven't been able to do it, because I think it's left it flexible to deal with whatever might happen with that Awatoto Secondary Bank, to integrate that into the whole thing.
Okay. Sorry.
We had a good conversation with the golf club about it.
Okay. Just secondary, since we've mentioned budgets and underspends, what does the repurposing look like? Does it stay within the IRG projects? Does the Kanoa funding go back to them? What are our agreements with underspend?
So we haven't made any agreement yet, so we're just exploring all avenues at the moment of what that looks like.
Okay.
So Jess is picking this up with Chris to make sure that we can do our very best to repurpose that funding, given that 30 June is the drop dead on IRG funded projects, and to see what we can do to get the best possible mileage out of it as far as possible, because in the current contracting market, which is a great thing, we're getting some really sharp pricing. For example, that Farndon road work is going to come in considerably less than what we budgeted. And that contract's about to be let.
And we certainly wish you the best of luck with that negotiation, Jess. Councillor Harding.
Kia ora, Chair. Look, just I'm going to shoehorn this question about gravel into a question around the catalogue of available borrow material. So two parts to this. One is I was just trying to understand, with that work that's been done around looking at borrow material supply, which bits of the Heretaunga Plain system it looks at, how, and in particular, has it looked at that Roy's Hill to Fern Hill area, and does it take into account, is there a dovetail there into potential room for rivers gravel extraction? So that was the first question. Maybe I'll ask that one first.
The borrow catalogue specifically isn't actually focused on gravels, because gravels, it's really targeting silt in the burns. Gravels are a lot more mobile, and there's regular extraction on an annual basis. So to look at borrow material based on geotech testing for that, it wouldn't really, you need to update it so regularly, and it would be so changeable that the outputs from it wouldn't necessarily be factual. So the rivers are surveyed through asset management to determine their volumes available, and we work through that with industry regularly, which includes the areas you're talking about. But the borrow catalogue itself is looking at all the berm areas across the main stem rivers within the Heretaunga Plains. So that was looking at the New Zealand Geotech database, and all available records that we had on there, which most of our geotechs upload. What other available records we had, working with our internal GIS team to build a layer to incorporate them into, and then we've gone to market to test all the remaining areas that hadn't been tested. So as we know, we're moving forward with a pretty significant program of works. Material availability is a big pressure for us, not just the volume available, but where it's available, and it has pretty significant implications on how we deliver projects and the cost of delivery. So in having this catalogue available, all future testing and projects also go into it, and we're also able to identify when we've actually extracted and expanded silt from certain locations. So we get a pretty clear picture right at the outset of where we may be able to take our silt material from.
So thanks, Thomas. Just does that mean then, I interpret that we're talking about silt, not gravel, and we're inside the confines of stop banks? Is that within that footprint, not outside of it?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. Hey, look, and very quickly, we might not be able to answer it today, but the broader question of where our gravel is post-cyclone, we've never really, I don't think, as council, been given a fulsome explanation of that. And it's a question, it's a perennial question that comes from farmers and landowners who see different to the story that we tell them. So it's one I just want to highlight today for this committee. For me, it's been a great day, lots of powerful information. One of the missing bits is a really comprehensive presentation about where the gravel is post-cyclone in our major rivers. Thank you.
Do we actually have that coming at some stage?
That'll be Chris's.
Yeah, we'll just have to follow up Chris.
It feels like something that probably is coming in due course, but perhaps you could note that to find out when that is to let councillors know. That'd be really useful. Final questions for this team? If there are none, I would like to call, the recommendation is to receive and note the Hawke's Bay. Oh, no, it's not. It's the update on the Kānoa funded IRG flood control and drainage works program. Could I have a mover, please, for that? Thank you, Councillor Williams. Thank you, Councillor Foley, a second. Would you like to speak?
No, I did mean to mention pine trees before being a curse that's been, I guess, leaned on too excessively rather than soil carbon. I forgot that part of my speech before, so I'm just taking it on now. We've converted our whole landscape into pine trees under this ridiculous ETS scheme instead of doing soil sequestration with
and continue to
pasture.
do so.
Anyway, that's the end of my rant for the day. I have gone mad.
Would you like to speak?
Happy to speak, Chair, and I'll probably say it every time, but the funding is due to run out, but the gravel's not, so we need to keep working on how we continue extracting it.
100%. Any further speakers? With that, can we, motions on the table, can we have, what are we doing?
All those in favour?
All those in favour say aye. All those, it's been a long day. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Thank you, team, and thank you for your patience and being jiggled around within the agenda. That made for a very smooth flow of our other papers. Thank you all for your attendance today. It's been a fabulous day. Thank you to Richard and Sophie, Chair Sophie, for putting the agenda together. We have been on a journey from the terrible state of silt in our moana and things right landing up to what we actually do about it. So it's great to see that there are actions underway and plans in place in the Ahuriri region. So fabulous day. Could I call on Councillor Lambert to close us out with a karakia, please?
Oh, kia taina manakitanga te mea naro, te mata. Kia taina manakitanga te mea naro,
I rana ki tēnā o tātou. Kia mahia te huama ki hiki. Kia toi te kupu, toi te mana, toi te aroha, toi te reo Māori. Kia tūturu, ka whakamaua, kia tīna, tīna, huie, tai e.
And thank you.